Good evening and a very chilly welcome to Circuit Paul Ricard for the final encounter of the 2024 European Endurance Prototype Cup campaign, where we still have the LMP3 Drivers' Championship and the MP02 Drivers' Championship to be decided here tonight in the final 4-hour encounter of this European Endurance Prototype Cup campaign. And it is the MP02 Championship leaders, the number 9 Graf car, Eric Troulet and Luis San Juan, showing that car with Gar Julian this weekend. But Eric Troulet starting the car from pole position, and this LMP3 pole sitter TS Corsa. It is showing Nathan Kumar on timing and scoring as starting the car, but that was Nathan Kumar just outside of the car, so it is Francesco Simonazzi, the Euroformula racer, who should be starting that car from pole position in LMP3 and on the front row of the grid as well. Of course, plenty of championship permutations that we have to keep on top of over the course of the next 4 hours, but for now, let's head down to Claire Cottingham, who's on the grid.
Yes, I've come alongside, obviously, the second place car. Franco, how are you doing, Francesco?
I'm actually doing quite fine, thanks.
That's good, that's good. That's what we like to hear. It's very hard to see you because we've got this door that goes up, so we'll have to do it by speaking, if that's all right. It's your first night race. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to race in the night. I've always dreamed of doing it since I was a kid, so this is my chance to do my best.
This is a very exciting chance, and not just that, you weren't here yesterday, were you? Because you had some exams to do, so you're a bit late into the game.
Yeah, unfortunately I had to miss out the free practice, also the night practices, but I tried to keep my best even though I missed out, and hope for the best.
Does that make you a bit nervous?
Well, kinda.
Yeah. You were having a chat to some of your teammates there, were they giving you some advice?
Yes, they were always giving me an advice on how to feel the car during the night since they've done that, and just giving me some hints on how the track will change.
I'm going to leave you to it because one of your engineers wants to talk to you now, so good luck.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Okay, obviously starting second, but LMP3 pole position, of course. I was going to go see, let's head over here, Stefan. We're going to see if we can speak to Dane Anderson, who's just chatting over here. So follow me down. We've got Pedro alongside him, his teammate as well. So let's see if we can grab a quick chat with them. Dane, let me grab you just for 2 seconds. Hello, Pedro. We can chat to you as well. How are you doing? How are you feeling? This is quite a good place to start on the grid.
Yeah, it's perfect, of course. Yeah, no, we could have done a lot better. The last session was hard to do, of course. But yeah, with one tent we missed out on pole. But I think we have a great strategy and we could secure the win. We'll see.
We will see indeed. Pedro, come in as well, because you set a blinding lap in qualifying. How are you feeling ahead of the race? Not starting, obviously, otherwise you're in the wrong place.
Nah, I'm feeling confident, feeling relaxed. 4-hour race, lots can happen, so we'll see at the end.
It's a funny track, isn't it, Paul Ricard? Because it's very flat, but it's also quite breezy. But it seems to be catching a lot of drivers out, Dane.
In what way?
As in a lot of drivers getting issues with track limits and kind of falling off the track and having issues?
Yeah, it could be because of the grip levels, also because it was wet today, but we didn't have those problems, so for us...
No, you guys were fine.
Yeah, no, we're fine, so we don't care, no.
Pedro, you said this was a track that you absolutely loved. Are you looking forward to getting out there?
100%. Mathematically, we're fighting for the championship without a round, but it's difficult. But we'll go out, try to win as always, and that's it.
Okay, we're going to be chucked off the grid. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to go racing. We've got 4 hours of the prototype getting underway very shortly. That whistle means it's time for us to get off the grid, and we're going to go racing for one last time in 2024. Let's go racing.
Let's go racing indeed. Pedro Perino mentioning there, he is still mathematically in contention for the championship, but he's 20 points back from the leading pair from Team Virage of Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos. It is very much a battle of between teammates with one outside favour in both championships. So Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos lead on 90 points in the number 1 Team Virage car. The 88 crew of Daniel Macia, Rafael Narak and Jacek Zielonka 11 points back on 79. 2 wins to 1 between the 2 Team Virage teammates. And then Pedro Perino, winners last time out alongside Roman Fav and Dane Aronson in Magny Core. Perino still in mathematical contention, but needs a bit of a miracle for the two Team Virage cars ahead of him. And then in NPO2, the car on pole position leads the championship. Luis San Juan and Eric Trulé on 71 points, with James Winslow in the sister number 7 car 5 points back, but also Nicola Molini 19.5 points back for Racing Spirit of Le Mans in the number 51 car is still in mathematical contention. The teams and the teams championships in both LMP3 and MPO2 were decided in Magny Core in favour of both Team Virage and Graf respectively. And so it is all about the Drivers' Championship. Hello to everyone watching on the YouTube live chat. If you do have any questions about the European Endurance Prototype Cup, do please get in touch and I'll do my best to answer them. There are plenty of LMP3 enjoyers out there. Jaga, Retta and Debbie already in the live chat room on YouTube. And so, yes, we do have 12 LMP3 cars, a mixture of 8 Ligier, 2 Duqueine, 2 Ginetta, alongside 20 of the Nova MPO2s to create a 33-car field for this finale. An absolutely bumper and stellar lineup we have for this finale. So just as the grid is clear, very packed grid as you can see. And before we get underway for the formation lap, let me give you the starting order for the 4 hours of Paul Ricard. The championship leading number 9 Graf racing car of Eric Trulé will start on pole position. Alongside him, the LMP3 pole sitter Francesco Simonazzi in the TS course Duqueine. He only arrived this morning after sitting exams on Friday, so he's got it all to do. From the front row of the grid, Romain Fav, a Magny Core race winner, second in LMP3 for Inter-Europol competition in 3rd position. Alongside him, Erwin Creed in the number 72 ANS Motorsport Nova. 3rd row of the grid is Louis Rossi on his return to the championship after his rather horrific crash at the road to Le Mans in Graf Racing's additional car. 4th entry for the Swiss outfit in the number 39 car. And then Quentin Joseph for Cool Racing. He'll be sharing that car with David Drew and Adrian Klaus-Manil. He goes from 6th position in 87. Jesse Bouhay is 7th for Kokomo in the 154 car. And then Jonathan Thomas for CD Sport. Hockenheim race winners going from 8th position. Sebastian Page alongside John Corbett, a pair of Graf racing cars lining up 9th and 10th. Then comes Mark Fagianato in the 71 ANS Motorsport car. Gwen Delamere 12th for the number 12 CMR Ginetta. On the 7th row of the grid is the LMP3 Championship battle. The two teammates, Georgios Kolovos and Jacek Zielonka for cars 1 and 88 from Team Virage respectively. Then comes Philippe Diron in the 555 Kokomo car in 15th position, and Jacques Wolf in the car that is still technically in with a shout of MPO2 Championship glory from Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Christophe Cresp is in 17th for MV2S in the number 27, Alexandre Lafourcade in the Lamo 777 machine in 18th position. Paris Strafafagis in the additional Team Virage car. They've got a 3rd car here this weekend. Number 42 lines up in 19th position. Dominic Schrammel in the number 68 T2 Racing Duqueine lines up alongside him. Then Tim Meriot for MV2S Racing number 28 in 21st. Danny Bunchu in the Lamo Racing number 17 Nova. Then comes Christophe Carrier in the number 4 CD Sports Nova that won overall in Magny Core. Nick Adcock, after his European Le Mans Series LMP3 Championship victory, lines up in 24th for CD Sport, the number 3 car. Frederic Croulet in the number 73 ANS Motorsport car. Christian Gissy for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, the Ligier, in 26th position. Daniel Bassora in 21st position for DB Autosport. Marc Bonnet in the Extreme Limit, number 25 car. Nicolas Chartier in the number 57. Reiter Engineering Ligier is in 29th, alongside Quentin Bassora in the number 20. Ilya Earhart in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, number 64. Ligier is in 31st. In 32nd, Jean-Francois Yvonne in the final of the ANS Motorsport cars. And then at the back of the grid, Andreas Fiotic for MG Sound Studio in 33rd and last position. And so remember, cars to look out for in LMP3, number 1 and 88 on the 7th row of the grid. The car on pole position leading the MP02 Championship, having taken it away from James Winslow and John Corbett. Last time out, John Corbett starting from 10th position. So once again, we welcome our live stream viewers. Do get in touch with any questions you might have about the championship, or indeed the future of the championship. Number of changes coming. This will be the last time we see LMP3 cars and Nova MP02 machinery combined in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Let's go out with a bang as we decide the champions of 2024 in the 4 hours of Paul Ricard. And so for one last time in 2024, the green flag will be waved and we go racing in Paul Ricard. Eric Troulet leads the field down towards the first corner. It's a huge glare of headlights, but it does look like the TS Course Duqueine of Francesco Simonazzi drew alongside. He is challenging on the outside of the first corner, was the Italian, and had to go skating off the escape road. And so did emerge very briefly into the lead, but he will have to yield that one car facing the wrong way and into the runoff area on the exit of turn number 2. Couldn't quite make out who that was, but it is Eric Troulet, the championship leader in MP02, who leads the way. Romain Favre challenging on the back of Francesco Simonazzi for the lead in LMP3. Time screen has now updated itself to confirm Simonazzi in that car. They've gone against the grain, really. Normally you see the bronze drivers starting that car, but Nathan Kumar not taking the start. And the other one to do so was the number 28 MV2S racing car, Tim Merrio, starting that car rather than Philippe Simodomo, their bronze driver. And then, of course, there are a couple of all-silver lineups as well who had no choice but to put their quick driver in for the start of the race. So heading up towards Scene Corner for the first time. Again, the headlights glaring very much now the dominant source of light, but we do have quite a few floodlights, more than we did in Manicourt, for example, and so that does mean that visibility is less of a premium than it was last time out. So after a pretty scrappy first corner, everyone seems to have settled down rather nicely. And Eric Troulet is starting to build himself a neat little advantage with Simonazzi, Romain Favre and Louis Rossi chasing away. It looks like Rossi has picked up Johan Creed, and Louis Rossi on the inside of Romain Favre into Virage Dupont. So at the end of the first lap, Louis Rossi has made his way up into 3rd position overall. And so that was a cracking move from Louis Rossi, who hasn't been completely abstinent in motorsport since his crash in Road to Le Mans. He's been focusing a little bit more on his Le Mans Cup campaigns. But of course, it was a terrible crash in the Graf Racing Ligier in the Road to Le Mans that wrote off the chassis and broke his leg. That left him on the sidelines for a little bit. It's wonderful to see Louis Rossi back at the wheel of a Nova, and that number 39 car is an additional entry. You'll notice it has the just the factory Nova livery on it, because it is just a rental for the weekend. Louis Rossi showing he's lost absolutely none of his racecraft since we last saw him. The former Grand Prix motorcycle racer, of course, who competed up to the Moto 2 level. Winner in Moto 3 before making the switch over to four-wheeled machinery. It was a crash that decided that as well, actually. That one left him hospitalised. So hopefully he hasn't, after Road to Le Mans, decided to do something with even more wheels, 6-wheelers or something. I don't even know if you can race anything with 6 or 8 wheels. Maybe truck racing now is safer for Louis Rossi, but he's flying out there at the moment and up into 3rd position. Of course, still 2nd of the MP02 runners, but that does put a car between the LMP3 leaders. It's still Simonazzi leading Favre in that category. Erwin Creed down to 5th position after starting from the second row of the grid. Jesse Bouhet is up into 6th position for Kogamo Racing. He has demoted Quentin Joseph in the Cool Racing car. You see Romain Favre is not letting Louis Rossi out of his sight. Remember, Rossi a bronze driver, Romain Favre the silver. It's an all-silver lineup in that Inter-Europol competition. Ligier that was victorious in class last time out in Magny-Cours. It was their first win of the season. Pedro Perino arguably would be fighting for the LMP3 championship had he not missed the Hockenheim round as it clashed with his European Le Mans Series campaign. Had picked up a couple of podiums alongside Alexander Bukantsov, who's no longer part of that lineup. It's still very close for the lead of the race with Francesco Simonazzi very close to the back of Eric Trullet. I think the car that went off at the start of the race was Jean-Francois Yvonne, as he's lapping at the back of the field. It definitely looked like one of the Novas that went off. There was no real way to identify. We've got yellow flags at turn number 5, very quickly rescinded. Keep an eye into the pits has come Christophe Carrière, though. So that's a very early stop for the winners last time out in Magny-Cours. It wasn't an inherited win, but it was an inherited lead on the penultimate lap of the race after the sister number 5 car of Jonathan Thomas and Thomas Imborg ran out of fuel with just a few kilometres to go in the race. We saw they were hoping the race wouldn't be restarted. Now we know why. Side by side again for 3rd position into Virage Bend d'Or with Romain Favre in the Inter-Europol competition car. Not only has he cleared on this lap Louis Rossi, but he has also now got ahead of Francesco Simonazzi and into the lead in LMP3. So a very busy lap there for Romain Favre, and the Magny-Cours race winner is now back into the lead of the race in LMP3. There is Christophe Carrière making a very early pit stop and just about keeping on to the lead lap. With Romain Favre now going for the lead overall on the inside of Eric Trullet into the first corner. And Inter-Europol competition leads after 6.5 minutes of racing in Paul Ricard. And the Polish team hits the front. Romain Favre, of course, remember the silver class driver. All silver lineup aboard that number 34 car. With Romain Favre joining them in Mugello, but no stranger to the Polish outfit, having run in the Ligier European Series with them this year. That was his main program after winning the midget French Championship in 2022. And then going on to compete in the Alpine Elf Cup series with VPS Racing, and then joining into Europol competition. Yellows again in the first sector at turn number 5. So what has happened there, I wonder? Can't see anything on my second screen of various camera angles, but the yellow flags have been rescinded. Car number 12, Gwen Delamere in the CMR Ginetta, it says went for a spin. So I think that was the first red flag. Oh, wide moment there for Francesco Simonazzi as he took second place away from Eric Trullet. So Eric Trullet, having started on pole position, now losing ground to his LMP3 rivals. But the bigger concern really is going to be the sister Graf car, the number 39 of Louis Rossi, that sits directly behind him. Now remember that car is a guest entry, a wild card, and Louis Rossi diving for the lead in MPO2 into Virage Dupont, and so it's 3rd position overall for Louis Rossi, but crucially the MPO2 lead now for the former motorcycle racer. And it does look like Christophe Carrière now is going to lose the lead lap with Romain Favre moving through on the inside into the first corner, and so the MV2S racing car that came into the pits very early indeed has now dropped off the lead lap. And not even 10 minutes into the race, and any hope of a decent result is already lost for the number 27 crew. Meanwhile, the sister number 28 car, Tim Merriot, silver class driver as well, done the fastest lap of the race last time around, a 1:59.548. So it's still some way away from the LMP3 lap record around here, set by Manuel Espirito Santo this time last year, a 1:54.745. But of course, the track's only going to get cooler as we head deeper into the night. So the leaders heading up towards Scene Corner. One car between the top two, which is the lapped. Sorry, excuse me. It's not. I was saying that was an MV2S racing car. Of course, it's the CD Sports car, isn't it? So my apologies to MV2S, as Simonazzi now looks to try and make his way through. Of course, Simonazzi driving at night for the first time. He puts the lap on Christophe Carrier there into the Bendor curve. And Tim Merriot has made great ground on this lap, because Tim Merriot is now up into third position overall and into the lead in MPO2. But Louis Rossi will try and take it back on the inside, but he gets caught up behind the CD Sports back marker. And so Tim Merriot does eventually come out on top by, well, not even a wheel length, let alone a car length, as he tries to lap the CD Sports car in front of him. So great squabbling for the lead in both classes in the early stages of this 4-hour endurance race. And coming out on top, out of the first chicane, should still be Tim Merriot for MV2S Racing. It is, and then Louis Rossi. And then Eric Trulé, the pole sitter. Plenty of you in the chat room are happy to see the Turbo Bakers out on top. If you don't know why that is, Into Europol is a Polish bakery. It's the biggest bakery in Poland, hence the nickname Turbo Bakers. So lots of very happy to see Roman Fab in that car leading the race so far. In terms of the LMP3 Championship, I'll just give you a bit of an update, because the #1 car of Georgios Kolovos has dropped down to 19th position overall. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th in class. Jacek Zielonka, his teammate, 6th in class. That wouldn't quite be enough to usurp the advantage that they have. But we'll have the abacus out for the entirety of the race, really, because it is a 11-point deficit that the 88 crew need to overcome. But of course, still a very long way to go. Only 12 minutes into this race, and an awful lot can happen in 3 hours and 48 minutes. See Jonathan Thomas there, the #5 CD Sports car, the Hockenheim race winners on the back of Erwin Creed for ANS Motorsport. So heading out of the chicane once again, TS Corsa still second, but Tim Merriot is reeling in. Francesco Simonazzi, he's only a second away, well, much less than that on this lap already. Fastest lap of the race has been done by our race leader, Roman Fav, a 1:59.511 in the #34 Into Europol competition car. The lead gap now up to 7.5 seconds, with Simonazzi now being a bit more preoccupied with the Nova behind him. Now, of course, it's not necessarily overall position you fight for in this. It is class position between the LMP3 cars and the Novas, and the top 6 in MPO2 are all line astern in the timing order at the moment, with Tim Merriot leading for MV2S Racing, Louis Rossi and Eric Trulé for Graf, Erwin Creed for ANS Motorsport, Jonathan Thomas for CD Sport, and Jesse Bouhet for Kokomo. Then comes Ilya Earhart in third place, Racing Spirit of Le Mans LMP3 car. See Simonazzi really utilising the runoff area there to open up the second part of Le Bousset, as many drivers do. But Tim Merriot absolutely flying out there. So it's the Euro Formula vice champion of 2024 aboard the TS course, Duqueine, going up against the number 28 Silver Class driver, the Alpine Elf Cup racer of the last couple of years in his first year of prototype racing. Of course, remember, Simonazzi only in his second LMP3 race after joining us for the first time in Mugello. Maybe that is an indication of his future outside of single-seaters. Of course, Euro Formula still very much an open opportunity for him, with a new car being introduced next year, so nothing being firmly decided, as Erwin Creed looks to be on the back of Eric Trulé. We had a very brief yellow flag again at turn number 5. So turn 5 really is the action spot at the moment. Actually, in fact, sorry, that's Eric Trulé getting back past Louis Rossi. And so that is for second position in MPO2, and the two teammates swapping positions there. So Eric Trulé, the number 9 Graf Racing driver, a man with an absolute plethora of prototype experience. Basically, if it's a prototype, he's raced it, going back past Louis Rossi. The team manager of car number 8, that's another of the Graf cars, has been asked to report to race control immediately, as has, oh no, sorry, that's a correction, it's car 28, that's the MPO2 race leader. So Tim Merriot's MV2S racing team have got to report to race control. Now that doesn't necessarily mean a penalty is coming, but race control wants to look at something that the team has done. And so there could be some drama for our class leader in MPO2. Tim Merriot, of course, he'll be blissfully unaware of that most likely. That's Cool Racing there. The number 87 car, Quentin Joseph, has dropped quite far down the order. He's down in 14th position, having started on the 3rd row of the grid. But of course, Quentin Joseph, rather inexperienced in LMP3 competition, he made his race debut in that car in Mugello, again alongside Adrien Closmenil and David Drew. And he has done plenty of LMP3 test days and running. Oh, and was that Quentin Joseph there, the Belgian driver, just going very wide in Le Bousset? I believe it was. So this is only his second start, and almost certainly his first start in night racing as well. But Quentin Joseph also racing in midgets this year, so getting his racing experience in a variety of different cars, and that is the number 1 Team Virage car with Jack Wolf on the inside of David Drew, and then Georgios Kolovos, LMP3 Championship leader, just behind them. And so for overall position, that should be 17th and 18th. Well, no, Quentin Joseph actually is being dropped even further down the order. I hope all is well aboard the Cool Racing car. And so, yeah, with Quentin Joseph now 15th, Jack Wolf 16th, Georgios Kolovos in 17th. But that looks like Kolovos making a move. Yes, it is, on Quentin Joseph. And as usurped Jack Wolf, while I was looking at the timing screen there as well. So that should now be Kolovos up into 15th position. And now directly behind, in terms of the LMP3 classification, his teammate and crucially championship rival, Jacek Zielonka. Is a battle between two teammate crews in both LMP3 and MPO2, with the Graf Racing teammates, the 9 and the 7, battling over the Drivers' Championship there. Unsurprisingly, almost every message that comes up on my timing screen at the moment is related to track limits. Plenty of breaches happening, and I'm sure there are going to be quite a few infringements and penalties that we have to think about by the time we get to the checkered flag, as that was Jacques Wolf. We just saw a glimpse of Jacques Wolf making his way through on Quentin Joseph. I think that was therefore 15th position overall. But our race leader, Romain Favre, last time around just did another fastest lap of the race, a 1:59.196. The lead gap now up to 10.6 seconds. He's starting to lap a little bit of the lap traffic as well. So that's Jean-Francois Yvon, the dad of the dad and lad combination of the Yvon family in the number 70 car that joined us in Manicourt last time out. It's a real family affair down at ANS Motorsports, and already a lap down to the race leader Romain Favre. Tim Merriot is now up into second place though, ahead of Francesco Simonazzi. That's just been updated on the timing order, so I think that happened in the first sector of the lap, and Tim Merriot still holding the MPO2 lead, of course, but now up into second position, and there's no doubting that Tim is one of the fastest young drivers in this field. So let's see if he can do anything about that 10.6 second gap to Romain Favre. So, Romain Favre, the former midget champion, leading the way 20 minutes into the race now, and a personal best middle sector coming in for Tim Merriot on that previous lap, but still a smidge slower than our race leader. Of course, both the LMP3 cars and the Novas are powered by a rather grunty V8. It's a Ford engine in the Novas compared to the Orica prepared Nissan engine. That, of course, in European Le Mans Series and Le Mans Cup we'll be saying goodbye to, but the good news is that that engine and this generation of cars that we have out here will still have a home in Ultimate Cup competition with the new LMP3 Championship that will have 2 55-minute races with no mandatory pit stops. So this is the last time, alluded to it at the start of the race, this is the last time we'll see a combination of the Novas and LMP3 out there, as the European Endurance Prototype Cup will be exclusive to Nova MPO2s in 2025, which you know, it's been a hugely popular platform, and by far and away the dominant car in terms of the grid numbers, and on occasion in lap time as well, particularly when we get a little bit of sprinkling of rain. Another yellow flag came out, this time it was at turn 15, and it looked like contact between the number 8 Graf Racing Nova of Sébastien Page and the number 57 of Nicolas Chartier. And so the 57 being the Writer Engineering Ligier. That's what's come up on the timing screen anyway. So a brief yellow flag for contact that has been noted between those two cars. That looked like the ANS car having a lap put on it there by Jonathan Thomas, who's now up into second position in MPO2 for CD Sport, has moved past Eric Choulet, who's now third. So Graf Racing third and fourth now in MPO2, but again, the silver class driver there. So this is just the silvers making their way up to the front of the field. Unsurprisingly, silver class drivers locking out the top 4 at the moment. So the top bronze driver at the moment is Eric Choulet in pole sitting number 9 Graf car. And again, fastest lap of the race being done by Romain Favre, the race leader, a 1:59.083. The gap now up to 11.8 seconds. Hello from Kokomo Racing. Their cars doing quite well at the moment. Jesse Bouhet, 9th overall in the 154 car. Right, a replay here of MV2S. And oh, now that looked like a little bit of contact with Quentin Joseph and potentially the number 3 CD Sport car of Nick Adcock. A little bit of debris went flying there, but Quentin Joseph facing the wrong way in the number 87 Cool Racing car. He is now down in 27th position overall, and it did just look like the merest little touch there with the front of Nick Adcock's Nova. Nick Adcock and his teammate Michael Jensen here celebrated as the new LMP3 champions in the European Le Mans Series, and in fact their teammates in that campaign, Gaël Julien, is also here as well, racing for Graf in the number 9 car, trying to help Louis San Juan and Eric Choulet seal their championship in MPO2. And of course, also we haven't quite yet congratulated David Drew, who's in the cool racing car that Quentin Joseph just spun, but we've been used to seeing him in the Graf Racing team as well throughout the year. Le Mans Cup champion as well, with Adrian Schiller in the cool racing car. So yeah, plenty of talent out there as well. And also from the ACO paddock, the reigning Ligier European Series champion, the new champion of 2024, Hayden Chance, is out there as well with Team Virage in their additional number 42 car. We'll see him out probably a bit later after Paris Strafakidis hands over the car. So Racing Spirit of Le Mans there, still third in LMP3. Ilya Earhart. They were another entry that sort of went against the grain, really, and put one of their quick drivers in. So Michael Doppelmayr is the bronze in that car. Normally you would put the bronze in for the start of the race, trying to burn up some of that race time, maybe out the safety car, but it's their silver-rated driver, the 36-year-old German that they've put in, who's mostly experienced in GT racing with Audis in GT Masters and in VLN. And indeed in the GT2 European series as well, but now turning his hand to prototype racing, as this is a car into the pits. It's the 555 Kogamo Nova, Philippe Theron, that is currently in 23rd position. So after just 25 minutes making their way into pit lane, remember it's 4 mandatory pit stops that these cars have to put in. Now, are we going to see an indication? Ah, that's what it's missing. Its front left headlight. So it's had some sort of contact out there and, skated off the road. Ah, maybe it didn't quite mean to come into pit lane. But, well, no, it definitely did, because there's a whole front nose change now having to be done on that 555 car. And you see, it's not necessarily the one that was initially meant for that car. The paintwork doesn't quite match. The car number on there has been strapped onto it pretty readily with some tape, and so quick thinking from the Kogamo team to make this as short a loss as possible. But of course, you need to have both those front headlights working, otherwise you will get the mechanical warning flag, the meatball flag as it's been nicknamed. And so this is Philippe Theron losing quite a bit of time in pit lane. But of course, this should, in theory, count as one of their 4 mandatory pit stops. So maybe not all is lost just yet for Kogamo Racing. So nearly half an hour into the race already. And a personal best has just been done by Tim Meriot, the MPO2 race leader and second overall, but still can only match the pace of our race leader, Romain Favre, who is just absolutely flying out there at the moment. So I won't actually see if that did count as one of the mandatory stops for the 555. Of course, one slight quirk for Circuit Paul Ricard is because the refueling area is somewhere in the middle of pit lane, you are not allowed to do your refueling the same time you come in for a tyre change or a driver swap or whatever it may be. So you have to go back out and then come back in a second time because the loop is in the middle of the pit lane, and so that would rather disadvantage teams on one end of the loop, basically, to go and do your refueling. Why don't we do it in the pit lane? Because this is a first step on the ladder, much like how Le Mans Cup has a very safe minimum pit stop time. We don't allow refueling in the pit lane to get drivers into endurance prototype racing, get teams into endurance prototype racing, and get them up to speed before we start trying to do LMP2 style pit stops where team members are jumping up all over the cars, cleaning the screen, changing the wheels and refueling and doing a driver swap all at the same time. So race leader Romain Favre continuing to lap a little bit of the traffic out there. Should have just made his way past Daniel Basora, the number 20 DB Autosport car. slight change in the lineup for them. We've had Matthias Besch join both Daniel and Quentin Bassora. Again, lad and dad combination there, but was Matthias Besch and Adrien Bastide in an all-pro lineup last time out in Magny-Cours. They split that up to create 2 Pro-Am lineups with Quentin Bassora and Adrien Bastide in the number 20, and then Daniel Bassora alongside Matthias Besch in 21. Plenty of support for Jonathan Thomas in the live chat. Of course, second in MP02 at the moment is the South African from Cape Town. For the last couple of races, it has been the Parisian Thomas Imborg who started that car, but going back to what they were starting the season with Jonathan Thomas at the wheel. Got Hockenheim race winners, as we mentioned, but has been rather out of luck in the rest of the season. Of course, we alluded to what happened in Magny-Cours, where they ran out of fuel with a lap and a half to go. I wouldn't really call that luck, I'd call that a misjudgment. But retirements in lots of other races and failing to score points, because in fact in MP02 they've only scored 4 points in the other 4 races combined, in addition to the 25 they scored in Hockenheim for the win. So yeah, quite an astonishing up and down season for the French and South African combination. Yellow flags at turn 5 once again. That really has been the action spot out there. So I'll wait to see if we get a message from race control about who was the guilty party for that. The green flags are already flying at the right-hander after the hotel chicane already, which is great news for Tim Meriot, because he's just making his way towards that corner now. See the rumbles of the, or hear the rumbles of the V8s rather. Francesco Simonazzi still third overall. That is the back marker from DB Autosports, the Daniel Bassora car, the number 21. That Simonazzi has just put a lap on because Simonazzi actually has a 5.4 second advantage over Jonathan Thomas, who in turn is nearly 10 seconds ahead of Eric Troulet. But he's also got close company with Louis Rossi still. So the 2 Graf Racing teammates, the number 9 and the 39, are still running very close together indeed. And in fact, Ilya Earhart in the number 64 LMP3 Ligier is only half a second away from Erwin Creed. Tim Meriot there, now 14 seconds behind race leader Romain Favre, and lapping a bit of the traffic as well. There's plenty to have to deal with out there. So, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, there, the number 64 car, Ilya Earhart closing in on Erwin Creed. So remember the silver class driver, Ilya Earhart, they've gone against the grain, much like TS Course, and the number 28 MV2S Racing Duqueine, in terms of putting one of their quick drivers in for the start of the race. The other silver class drivers out at the front, they're part of all silver lineups. It's those 3 cars that have gone against the grain, and it's Ilya Earhart who's trying to push forward, but actually was a bit slower last time around than Erwin Creed, who just did a personal best in that number 72 ANS Motorsports prepared Nova. And of course, Erwin Creed will be a very familiar name to fans in the Le Mans Cup. And indeed the European Le Mans Series with his Creed Fragrance. So the 43-year-old sharing that car with Mathis Poulet and also Paul Trajani will be in that car later for his first race in a Nova. We're used to seeing him out in LMP3 machinery alongside Julien Lemoine, again from ANS Motorsport, but we didn't see them out in Magny-Cours because the Ligier was in transit to Portimao for the Le Mans Cup finale. But I think they've put that car to rest after the season as a result. So this looks like a battle between two teammates. Well, that was the 73 trying to put a lap on the 70, actually. So the 73 being driven by Frédéric Croulet in 22nd position, putting a lap on Jean-Francois Yvonne. But not quite making the corner in doing so. So a little harem-scarum, but did eventually get the move done. Eric Croulet just getting, I think, his first warning for track limits. Oh, no, sorry, it's Croulet who's got it in 73. That will have been for the moment at Virage du Port, actually. So, apologies, Eric Croulet. Eric Croulet. This is going to happen multiple times tonight already, isn't it? So the headlights beaming away down the second part of the Mistral, and the floodlights doing their best to help them out with visibility around here, but certainly towards the back end of the circuit here at Le Bousset, the visibility is not fantastic. Bit of debris. One of the fins, by the looks of it, seems to have come off. Come off of someone's car. The guilty party of that we are obviously not quite sure just yet. The CD Sport car there, the number 5, might have showing Louis Rossi back ahead of Eric Croulet now, and so the Graf Racing teammates seem to have swapped once again. See what the gap is. That Jonathan Thomas got some lap traffic close behind him, and it is the MG Sound Studio Ginetta by the looks of it. Of Andreas Fiotic, currently at the wheel of the number 61 car. And so the gap in real time. Yes, Louis Rossi confirmed on the timing screen now is ahead, and Ilya Earhart also got ahead of Erwin Creed on that previous lap as well. So Louis Rossi now up into 3rd position. We got yellow flags at turn number 11 at Le Bousset, and who is that that's gone off? It's Nick Adcock, but there's a second car involved in that as well. So the number 3 CD Sport car of Nick Adcock having a moment. Maybe these two incidents are related. It looks like one of the Ligiers, but I cannot from this angle. Well, the lights have gone out, and so that seems like the car is dead as well. It's the number 10 car. Thank you to whoever's headlights lit up the side car there, and it's Christian Gissy in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. So Nick Adcock and Christian Gissy, CD Sport number 3 and Racing Spirit of Le Mans number 10, both come into grief, and the lights are back on in that car, so there is still life in the Ligier yet. And it'll be a very gentle and considered rejoin. Lucky he should have quite a good view of the road in front of him. And yes, those two cars going off simultaneously would indicate. Oh, but one car seemed to go off in sympathy. Oh, he did hit. It did hit. So it was contact with another car, I think, with Nick Adcock. And Christian Gissy arrived on the scene of the accident a bit out of control and ended up colliding with Nick Adcock there. So there was a third car involved that Nick Adcock initially made contact with by the looks of it. So, wow, Couldn't quite see who that was, sadly. Maybe if we get a second look at it, I might be able to determine. But meanwhile, into the pits has come Tim Merriot from the leading MP02. Now, this looks likely to be the first considered stop as Christian Gissi has pulled across the road and into a gap in the fence at Le Bousset. And so it seems like for the number 10 crew, their race will go no further. Which is a real shame for them, just 40 minutes, well, less than that into the race. And so poor Ralph Kelleners doesn't even get a go in the car for this race. And so the end is... the end of the season is a little bit early for the number 10 crew. A couple of questions just about what cars are racing in this championship. It's a combination of LMP3 machinery, the cars that you're familiar with from ACO competition, European Le Mans Series and Le Mans Cup, combined with the Novas. It's a French manufacturer who have built an LMP3 level car, but the cars you'll see out mostly in this championship, but also in the GT Winter Series as well. In fact, we do have a new partnership with Gedlick Racing in the GT Winter Series, where the champions of respective championships will get some entries for certain races and maybe even full season campaign between various championships. That's for GT Endurance in the Ultimate Cup and the European Endurance Prototype Cup, between the GT Winter Series and the Prototype Winter Series. So that's where you'll see the Novas out, but here largely, and it will be Novas exclusively in the European Endurance Prototype Cup next year. Yeah, comments about the body being different. The ones that you think are looking different are the Novas rather than LMP3 cars. So the Novas powered by a 5-litre V8, a similar power output. And oh yes, that is very, very bent suspension on Nick Adcock's number 3 CD Sport car. So that car will take no further part in this race, I'd have thought. And yeah, for Michael Jensen doesn't get to have a go either. And so a very sorry end to the championship for the pair that just won the LMP3 championship in the European Le Mans Series. But yeah, just to continue wrapping up about the Novas, it's a similar power output to the LMP3 cars, but a significantly lighter car. So Nova Prototype is very much a successor to the Norma brand that was bought by Duqueine a few years ago. And in fact, it was created by a close friend of the Norma founder, Guillaume Roux, and Camille Gatra Santos, who's Norbert Santos's daughter. There we can see the incident again, and oh my goodness me, it wasn't the sister CD Sports car that Nick Adcock made contact with, was it? So we're getting our second look at the replay, and it really did look like the number 4 car of Christophe Carrier. So it might well have been contact between teammates that has that left Nick Adcock facing the wrong way in the runoff area at Le Bousset, that then Christian Gissi went on to hit. So, well, the answer to that, I'm sure any CD Sport will be able to tell you that one. But, man, that is a really, really disappointing end to the into the season. Someone's surprised that I'm reading the comments on this one. Yes, I am. So if you do have questions about it, I will answer them. You're welcome for the explanation on the Novas. I'm sure not many people outside of France are really familiar with the Nova brand, but there will be next year because, as I said, that's all we're going to have in the European Endurance Prototype Cup next year, with LMP3 getting its own championship next year, as we had that announced at the annual press conference in Magny-Cours during our last meeting of the season. So, let's check in with our championship contenders. Georgios Kolovos has made great progress, as has Jacek Zielonka. They're now 11th and 12th. Zielonka still leading. Well, actually, just updated. Kolovos now 11th, Zielonka now 13th, with Quen Delamere in between them. And so the crew that needs to outscore the teammate is now behind that crew. And so that, of course, would leave the championship in favour with the number 1 car. In fact, there it is. There must have been some sort of drama for Jacek Zielonka, because he's 8 seconds behind them, behind his teammates. So really not sure what could have happened there to the Polish driver. Well, it's sad news to see Nick Adcock out of the race so early on. Let's hear from the horse's mouth what happened out there.
Yes, alongside me, Nick Adcock. So sorry to see you this early in the race. I'm sure that's not what you wanted either. The team are desperately at the moment putting that car back together, but obviously we're going to lose a lot of time, and the championship pretty much looks like it's over at this point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We were, it was a shame, because it was the number 4 sister car that had already come in the pits for some reason, I don't know. So I was catching him, and he just span at Le Bousset, and in avoidance, I had to brake to not hit him, and that span me in synchronized spinning, if you like. And I then ran it back off the track to not be on the circuit. So I was probably 100 meters off the circuit. I'm just trying to refire the engine. But what happens in those situations, often drivers get confused as to where they're to go. And a Ligier, Virage Ligier, came way off the circuit and hit the front of the car and took the front corner off.
There is a lot of damage on that car, as you mentioned. Obviously, we saw how big the hit was, and especially was it quite scary within the darkness as well?
No, not really. It's just you're so busy trying to get the thing restarted, and I'm firing the engine, looking at these cars coming towards you. I'm thinking, no.
So frustrating. I'm so sorry. Do you think that you're able to get back out there?
Look, they've got all the parts, they're working hard on it, so yeah, we never say never in endurance racing, so we'll get back in and have another go.
Such a frustrating end to what has been such an impressive performance by you guys, and this season as well, just in general for your racing, has been so impressive.
Yes, I mean, we had a great run in the LMS and won European Le Mans Series, and we've been running this championship as well, although we obviously had to miss a race because it clashed with an ELMS round, but I love driving this car, and I like this track. And the team worked so hard, so yeah, it's not a way to finish the season, but it's not over yet.
It's not over. You can still get back out there. I feel like they've just started it again, so fingers crossed.
I think it's a sister car, but
that's a shame. I got too excited.
Your optimism.
Bad luck, Nick.
Okay.
Well, confirmation from Nick Adcock there that it wasn't necessarily contact between the two teammates, but an off for Christophe Carrier that led Nick Adcock into the runoff area, and it was Christian Gissi in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Ligier, not the Team Virage car I think Nick mistook him for. Right, while we were listening to that, Jonathan Thomas took second position in the race, but then also came into pit lane. We just saw him heading back out onto the racetrack in the sister number 5 CD Sport car. And so we have had Tim Merrio in, and Jesse Bouhay is now into pit lane as well for the Kogamo crew. His teammate in the 555 car, Philippe Thiron, just had a spin at turn 1, but rejoined without any dramas out there. And so what that has left us with, after 48 minutes or so of running, Romain Favre continues to lead for Inter-Europol competition by 21 seconds now to TS Corsa's Francesco Simonazzi. Louis Rossi now in the lead of MPO2 with his rivals ahead of him, heading for pit lane slightly earlier, ahead of his Graf Racing teammate Eric Trulé, who is going for the championship in this final race of the season. The car that leads the championship is that number 9 car by 5 points to the sister number 7 car that is currently in 13th position overall, but of course still a long way to go. Still third in LMP3 is the Racing Spirit of Le Mans number 64 car, Elia Earhart, which is running slightly fairer than the sister number 10 car, which is out of the race after that contact with Nick Adcock. Somehow I brought that all full circle. to the initial point I was making there after we heard from the South African racer who spent so many years now racing with Michael Jensen. They've done so much together out there between Asian Le Mans Series, European Le Mans Series, Kyle Army 9 hours as well in the South African Endurance Series. So a wonderful career that they both have led together. Now I'll tell you why Jonathan Thomas came into pit lane, actually. It was a meatball flag, black and orange flag for its rear lights not being on. Not quite sure how that has happened, but I'm sure they've had to have done some sort of electrical reset or maybe changed the rear end of the car. To get those rear lights working again, because of course in a night race that is a big no-no. So black and orange flag being shown to CD Sports, number 5 car. So one car in the run affair, one car destroyed, one car with a black and orange flag. It's been a real up and down race for CD Sport so far, but now I wonder, will that be able to count as one of their mandatory stops? I'll tell you, at the moment I can't actually see whether it does tick off. I only get the top 17's mandatory pit stop count on my timing screen, and so we'll have to check in a little bit later with that one. But for now, let's check in with Kokomo Racing. Claire Cottingham is down there. Oh, hopefully we'll hear from Claire in just a bit. I think there was problems right when I was about to throw to her, and so we'll be able to hear from the Kokomo team in just a bit. Meanwhile, we have yellow flags out at turn number 6, so the follow-on from where all the drama has been happening at turn number 5. Green flags already being shown out there, so no indication just yet who that was. But let's have another crack at checking in with Claire in the Kokomo garage.
Yes, I've come down to the 555 garage, and we're going to have to do something a bit different here because I'm going to speak in English and my friend here is going to speak in French. So, 555, talk to me, what happened to the front of the car?
Oui, au début, on est parti pour la course. Le moteur fonctionnait pas tellement bien les 5 premiers tours. On a dû intervenir sur plusieurs positions dans la voiture. Et ensuite, c'est pour ça que j'ai pris un peu de retard sur les 5 premiers tours. Et ensuite, on a résolu le problème. Ça fonctionnait bien. J'ai maintenu un bon rythme pour garder ma place. Et je pense que là, maintenant, tout va se jouer au fil de la course. Mais c'est bien parti pour une bonne position.
Okay, no idea what he said, but we're going to get that translated by Margot back. Tell me, how is your race now?
La course, oui, non, je pense que si on maintient comme ça, on a 2 silvers qui vont très bien. Donc mon rôle à moi, c'est de tenir un bon rythme et d'après d'envoyer les silvers pour faire le résultat. Donc c'est en bonne position.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup, merci à vous.
Yes, we saw... I think it's Philippe Thiron. Yes, Philippe Thiron driving that car. We did see him with one of the front lights knocked out. So on the left-hand side of the Nova, that light got knocked out clean. Whether it sort of fell out or whether it had some sort of assistance, we didn't quite manage to see. But yeah. Explanation, just waiting on the translation for that one. What I can tell you, that yellow flag we saw at turn number 6 before we threw down to Claire there was for John Corbett in the number 7 Graf Racing car, the car that is contesting for the championship with James Winslow, second in the MPO2 standings, had a spin and did seem to continue on without any harm to the car, but that's certainly not what they need in order to get the championship away from the sister number 9 car, which obviously was significantly higher up before making its first mandatory stop. And this is the moment for John Corbett. So just losing the back end through the long right-hander at turn number 6 and getting away, thankfully keeping out of the barriers. One of the perks at Circuit Paul Ricard is there's about 7 miles before you manage to hit anything too substantially firmer than your car. That is to accommodate the 247 different layouts you have available at this venue. So out of the pits, A&S Motorsports there. And just hearing that so Jesse Bouhet saying he had an engine problem in the first 5 laps. And so now their silver drivers are aboard trying to close down the gap. But of course they can't just leave their quick drivers out there to go and close down the gap now, because there are various rules about minimum driving time. So if I check in with the number 5 car. So the 154 had a engine problem, because that's Jesse Bouhet's car. And so who's in 154 at the moment? It's Marlon Hernandez, the Carrera Cup France racer, making his prototype debut. But yeah, so they can't just put the quick drivers in there. So they've got 2 silver drivers, and so that means that the bronze driver, Jesse Bouhet, has to do a minimum of 1 hour and 30. So Bouhet is going to have to get back in the car at some point in order to serve his minimum driving time. And that is from pit out, or from the start of the race, to pit in. The time in pit lane does not count towards the driving time, much like in any prototype or endurance racing you'll see out there, be it prototype or GTs. So, Racing Spirits of Le Mans over there. Nova, the 51 car, Jacques Wolf, not in championship contention, but his teammate Nicolas Molini is. So in 10th position now as Louis Rossi has come into the pit lane. We also have the first stop as well for Team Virage. John Corbett has also come into pit lane as well. So which of the Virage cars has come into pit lane? Well, timing screen's updating rapidly. Georgios Kolovos in the number 1 car has come into pit lane. Here we can see now the tyre change going on. One Michelin going off, another Michelin going on. Of course, that's another change for next year as well. The partnership that the Ultimate Cup Series has with Goodyear will be expanded into the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Right now it's just the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup and GT Endurance Cup where we use the Goodyear rubber, but that will then be extended to the Prototype Series for next year. Of course, they're no stranger to prototype competition, LMP2 tyre supplier, of course. But clean of the screen, and didn't look like a driver change happened there, but I don't think we, and Claire tells me in the pit lane there was no driver change. So Georgios Kolovos staying aboard that car, and it looks like they're going to try and get his full 90 minutes of driving time done in one fell swoop. I imagine they'll do the same on the 88 car as well with Jacek Zielonka. So also into the pits now has come Francesco Simonazzi from 2nd position overall. Eric Truley now into pit lane as well from what then became the lead in LMP3. And the 88 Team Virage car is about to lose a lap to the race leader, Romain Favre. That is the 2nd in the championship, their bronze driver aboard. But the 88 of Jacek Zielonka in 11th position is about to lose a lap to Romain Favre as we approach the end of the first hour. And, oh, a slightly wide moment there, and that was because he's coming into pit lane, as is Romain Favre. So race leader into pit lane. Pit lane suddenly getting very busy with Jean-Francois Yvonne for A&S Motorsport also pulling up. Here comes Jacek Zielonka and Romain Favre, who's done an absolutely mammoth stint there. And he could, I think, get out the car, should he so wish. Well, actually, no. I think he's marginally too early because it's a minimum of 1 hour per driver with an all-silver lineup. So I think he's going to have to go back out there. But they're going straight for the refueling zone. So maybe that's the plan. Do one more lap, and then he'll have done his minimum 60 minutes. So Eric Troulet back onto the racetrack. Oh no, excuse me, sorry. It's the so the lights we have is making it quite difficult to identify the cars. We have yellow flags out at turn number 2, and why is that? There's a slow-moving car out there, and I think it might be the 777. Well, oh no, it can't be the 777 because that's the one in pit lane at the moment. So hopefully we can get a replay of the yellow flag at turn number 2, which has now been rescinded. Green flags now flying, but there was a car off. Ilya Earhart has also come into pit lane for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. He was 3rd in LMP3 before Francesco Simonazzi came into pit lane. And there's some bodywork change going on as well for the Lamo Racing 777 car. I wonder why that might be the case, and also a driver change happening there. We will see the replay now, and it is the 21. So DB Autosport. The 21 being driven by Daniel Bassora. So that was the cause of the yellow flags there. As a quick clean of the screen for the Lamo Racing 777 car. Well, what an eventful first hour it has been. Let's take a look back at what has happened so far. We enter the second hour in the European Endurance Prototype Cup season finale of 2024, and would give you a running order, but we are in the middle of a pit stop sequence, and so the order is being jumbled around quite dramatically. So give it another 5 minutes or so, and I'll be able to give you a more solid rundown, because right now, if I gave you that order, it would be quite garbage, basically, and be outdated within a handful of seconds. What I can tell you, though, is some driver changes have happened while we were having a quick break there. Karen Gaillard is now aboard the number 71 ANS Motorsport Nova, the Iron Dame, who rounded out her Le Mans Cup campaign with Celia Martin in Portimao a few weeks ago. Philippe Simodomo is now aboard the MV2S Racing Nova that was started by Tim Merriot, so the bronze driver now aboard that car. Nicolas Molini has taken over the number 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Nova as well from Jacques Wolf. And David Drew now aboard the number 87 Cool Racing Ligier, taking that over from Quentin Joseph. Also a driver change at TS Corsa with their bronze driver Nathan Kumar now aboard with his mandatory 90 minutes to serve after Francesco Simonazzi's strong start to the race. And we did see the driver change down at Lamo Racing for the 777 car. That was Alexandre Lafourcade getting aboard the 777 car, which is no, it's not one of our ultimate entries for all bronze lineups, because they have Quentin Antonel back with them this weekend, and he of course a silver class driver, so a slight change there. But when they have been a two-driver lineup, Jean-Marc Alaphilippe and Alexandre Lafourcade, then that of course does qualify them for the all bronze lineup. So, car that has initially emerged in the lead, Marlon Hernandez, in the 154 Kokomo car. But of course, this pit stop sequence, it doesn't necessarily mean that teams have refueled. But of course, Marlon Hernandez, you would expect him to be moving up the order, being one of the silver class drivers in the 154 car. Now, remember, that was the car that Jesse Pouhet brought in slightly early with an engine problem, and so Hernandez has had quite a bit of time in that car already, the Carrera Cup France driver, and so that would explain why he's moved further up the order, but not quite into the overall lead of the race just yet. That still belongs to Philippe Simodomo. I'll tell you why, because Hernandez has just brought that car into pit lane, and Romain Fabre back into pit lane as well, so presumably that's now to do the driver change, because he did the refueling. We saw him going into the refueling area. This is the problem we're going to have with trying to keep track of who's done what in what pit stop. I'll just try and keep you updated with the information I have available to me, which is the number of minimum pit stops, mandatory pit stops served, and the order in which they are running. So there might be a brief moment where we're not quite sure of the order. What's for certain is that in the final 15 minutes, because you're not allowed to come into pit lane, then we will definitely know what the order is. Right now, it's just about survival. Two MV2S Racing cars line astern at the moment. So one of them is Philippe Simodomo, and the other one, the sister number 27 car of Christophe Cresp. So both their bronze drivers at the moment, just making their way through Scene corner. I think it's hard for us to see what battles are actually for position. Imagine how it is for the drivers as well. They just see headlights out there. But Christophe Cresp falling a lap down there. And I think that's the Graf Racing number 8 car directly behind Philippe Simodomo now, but would be a lap down. No, it's not. It's the 25. So that's the Extreme Limit car that joined us in Manicourt. As now back into pit lane comes Philippe Simodomo, so this will be for the second part of the stop. Now it looks like they've done it the other way around to Team Virage, but they've done the driver swap first, and then they're going to come in for the refueling. So, and Georgios Kolovos follows him in, as does Philippe Thiron. So, by my reckoning, that puts Louis Rossi in the lead of the race ahead of Eric Troulet, but we'll get confirmation of that when they get across the timing line, and this pit stop sequence has sort of petered out a little bit. You see Nathan Kumar there just making his way through turn 1, now aboard the TS course. Duqueine started by Francesco Simonazzi. They went against the grain with having one of their quick drivers in as well. Another one of their quick drivers is going to be Robert Visso-Yu, who's going to be doing his first ever race stint since his retirement at the end of the 2017 FIA Formula 2 campaign. All he's done since then is a couple of days of radical testing, and in his first qualifying session in 7 years this morning, very nearly was fastest. So the Romanian has certainly lost none of his speed, and does seem to be looking for a return to racing after 7 years. Not necessarily on the sidelines. Not sure what he's been doing with his day-to-day life. Hopefully he'll come into the box and I'll be able to ask him that a little bit later on. But there we can see Team Virage in the refueling area. This, in fact, is just in front of our commentary box position. And the sister car now making its way into pit lane, but it's not the championship rival car, it's the 42, the additional entry that Team Virage has brought for this weekend. And here is the number 28 car that was leading before coming into pit lane, Philippe Simodomo, in the refueling area. So they did do the other part of their stop first. And so this, of course, does shake things up quite a bit. So I think after this lap, I'll be able to give you a rundown of the order. Number 4, CD Sport car, just moving ahead of Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and that was another car that did things slightly differently. But it still says Ligier Earhart is aboard that car, but Christophe Carrier, the bronze driver, moving ahead of Ligier Earhart. I wonder if all is well aboard that Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. He is was on an out lap, but wouldn't expect to see Earhart moving quite so slowly out there. But back out into the race comes Philippe, into pit lane. Didn't quite catch which car that was, sadly. Possibly Eric Troulet. Possibly Philippe Thiron. Yes, I think it was the 555 car, Philippe Thiron. So Nathan Kumar rounds up Ligier Earhart now as well. Ligier Earhart is just got no pace at all of a sudden. Now, they have had a driver change. I do wonder if there's just a slight lag in the... they haven't got the driver update done, because Michael Doppelmayr is their bronze driver, and I do just wonder if Michael hasn't quite done the driver ID set on the steering wheel yet, because it's either that or there is an ailment on that Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, because you would not expect Ligier Earhart to be moving quite so slowly around the racetrack. So Eric Troulet has come into the pits from second position. So I think Louis Rossi does have the lead of the race in the number 39 Graf Racing Nova. Of course, as a bronze driver, he's got 90 minutes of minimum pit stop time to serve. Dane Aronson now aboard that into Europole competition number 34 car that led in the early stages at the hands of Romain Favre. But it does look like they've lost out to Nathan Kumar and potentially to Jacek Zielonka. Now, why would that be the case? Because there are various minimum pit stop times depending on your driver lineup. So pit stop penalty, there is 80 seconds of minimum pit stop time for all entries, but then you have various different levels of handicap effectively to serve based on how many pro drivers you have in your car. And so the Inter Europole competition number 34 car there is one of the heaviest penaltied cars because it has an all silver lineup, so it's an additional 61 seconds they have to be stationary for. Now compare that to the 24 car, which only has to be stationary for 35 seconds because they have Nathan Kumar, a bronze driver, aboard that car. And it is a similar story for the 88, which appears to be ahead as well. 35 seconds for them with 1 bronze and 2 silver drivers. And so it isn't necessarily just a case of like overcut and undercut like you might see in Formula 1, because the pit stop times will vary depending on how many pro drivers you have in the car. If you have an all bronze lineup, for example, like the Writer Engineering car, the MG Sound Studio, or the number 70 ANS Motorsport car, you just have the standard 80-second minimum pit stop time. But it varies from 17 seconds for having 2 bronze drivers and a silver aboard your car, up to the 61 seconds that CD Sport has for an all-silver lineup. Also Extreme Limits, the number 25 car, and the Inter-Europol competition Ligier as well. Most cars serving something in between that, most of them 35 seconds for 2 silvers and a bronze, but there are a couple of entries with 2 bronzes and 1 silver. And then, of course, when you have gold drivers thrown into the mix as well, or platinum drivers, even in the case of Nicolas Prost in the CMR Ginetta, alongside the bronze-rated Gwen Delamere, that's 37 seconds of additional stationary time. So there are, various different rules, and of course you add that into the various different minimum drive times as well, then you have yourself a pretty complicated strategy. We have a driver change happening at Extreme Limit. The number 25 car, Marc Bonnet, seems to be vacating that car, and so we'll be handing over to Benjamin Redet. Debuted with us in Magny-Cours, did the French duo, so Marc Bonnet in his getting his first experience of prototype racing after racing in the Trophy Tourism Endurance Championship over the last couple of years with the Ligier JS2R, whereas Benjamin Redet much more adept to prototype machinery, having raced in V2V. They are looking for a full season entry next year, the French duo. So getting dipping their toe into the water with appearances in the final 2 rounds of the season. Right, I feel fairly confident now in giving you some semblance of an order. With 2 hours and 44 minutes or so remaining in the race, Louis Rossi leads for the number 39 Graf Racing, their 4th entry for the weekend, a 4th additional entry. He leads Danny Bunchu in the number 17 Lamo car. That has risen up the order because that car started in 22nd position, but again an all-silver lineup aboard that number 17 car. And then Mark Fagianato still aboard the number 71 ANS Motorsport Nova. That started in 11th position, so that's the top 3 overall and in MPO2. Then comes our LMP3 race leader, which is the number 57 Writer Engineering Ligier of Nicolas Chartier. The bronze driver continues to lead. Then comes John Corbett in the championship contending Graf Racing car. And then Gwen Delamere in the number 12 car. And then 3rd in LMP3 is Nathan Kumar. But what I will say is almost everyone I read off on that page, apart from Nathan Kumar, hasn't yet done their first mandatory minimum pit stop. As we see Quentin Joseph there talking to Cool Racing team boss Nicolas Lapierre, recently retired Nicolas Lapierre, a huge loss to the world of prototype racing, but of course not quite lost because he is now very much part of the Alpine endurance team, helping out with their LMDH project in the World Endurance Championship. Had a very brief chat with Nicolas earlier on in the paddock, as Alpine managed to secure 4th in the World Championship in Bahrain just a few weeks ago. Right, now that looks like dramas for 68, the T2 Racing Duqueine that has spun at Le Bousset. Thankfully didn't collect anything else with it. So Sebastian Schmidt there in the 68 car, having taken over that car from Dominic Schrammel. But their bronze-rated driver has just gone for a spin. Thankfully, didn't hit anything along the way. And so, yes, so what I was saying, the top 7 cars at the moment haven't done their first mandatory minimum pit stop. So if I were to just go off of who's done a mandatory minimum pit stop, I would say that Jonathan Thomas in the number 5 CD Sport car technically, or has a net lead of the race, ahead of Nathan Kumar in the TS Corse Duqueine. Then Luis San Juan in the number 9 Graf car. and then Dane Aronson, and then Marlon Hernandez. Yeah, this is going to be interesting to keep on top of throughout the remainder of the race, and somewhat compromised by the fact they kind of have to go through the pit lane twice, really. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Right, Nicolas Chartier has brought the Reiter engineering car into pit lane from what was the lead-in LMP3, but he will lose that as he serves his first mandatory minimum pit stop. These are cars that have actually been through pit lane though, but haven't quite done the full cycle just yet. Not ones that have done the mandatory stop. What has to count as a mandatory stop? Well, it has to be basically just legal. It has to be the minimum pit stop time served and not speeding in the pit lane. Otherwise you get what we call the asterisk of doom, where with a few minutes to go, they might put a little asterisk next to your mandatory pit stop total on our timing screen, which means you haven't quite done something right in one of your pit stops, so unless you come in again and do it properly, you're going to get slapped with a penalty. So that is something we keep an eye out for, because those penalties always come in the final 15 minutes of the race when they're not allowed to come in again. Because basically you have the opportunity to come in and correct that mistake. But if you don't do so, that's when you get slapped with a penalty. So Stéphane Loeb is now aboard the Reiter Engineering Ligier and is making his way out of pit lane. Another of the bronze-rated drivers. It's all bronze lineup there with Vincent Capalier, the silver-rated driver, was due to be part of that lineup, but is not so. Right, dramas for the 87 car, and cool racing again seemingly in the wars of David Drew, the Le Mans Cup champion of this year with the Swiss outfits. Had a little bit on and off there at Le Bousset, and timing screen says spun and rejoined. So I wonder if we did catch the beginning of that. And yeah, we're going to see. So this is very unlike David Drew indeed, but he slid the rear end through, and a little bit of smoke as well, and then the lights die. That must be absolutely terrifying, because that's not exactly a well-lit runoff area either, so we probably wouldn't have been able to see a single thing. Very, very odd moment for David Drew, who we're really not used to seeing make mistakes like that at all. Of course, it wasn't mistakes like that that won him the Le Mans Cup championship this year with cool racing. And, well, I think back to last time we were here at the start of the season, when we were here, he was having to crawl around in the Graf racing car to make sure that both he and his teammate made it to the end of the race. But that is dramas for the championship contending Graf racing car, the number 7. John Corbett has already spun that car around, but John Corbett seems to have had yet more dramas, this time at Scene Corner, and it looks like there might be slightly bigger consequences now for the pairing that is going for the MPO2 championship, and they may have just handed it to their teammates on a silver platter, unless Corbett can get it going again. Well, it doesn't look like, oh yeah, whoa, what on earth? I have never in my life seen a car move like that, and it's because the left rear suspension is broken. That car is out of the race, and well, with 2 hours and 37 minutes to go, the number 9 Graf Racing crew might be starting to celebrate a little bit early. They only have to worry about finishing the race, because Nicola Morlini needs a massive haul of points over them. He needs to win to take that away and hope that the number 9 doesn't score points. But that is a huge shift now in the MPO2 championship, and puts the number 9 crew of Luis San Juan and Eric Trulé in a marvellous position to just relax for the remaining 2.5 hours or so of this race. And an absolute disaster and utter shame for John Corbett and James Winslow. But I am so utterly bewildered as to how on earth that has happened. I've never seen suspension move quite like it. Dramas for Extreme Limits, as well as the 25 car has gone round at turn number 11. But we have a full course yellow out now for the recovery of John Corbett's car at Scene Corner. Of course, that is a fantastically fast right-hander. And so drivers being told to bear totally right out there. How on earth has the suspension done that? Did he hit something, or was it just a failure? We need to get more information from the driver, or maybe from the team. But wow, what a dramatic end to the championship campaign for James Winslow and John Corbett. Spinning like that, it was hopping around like a bucking bronco with rear suspension like that. Never seen anything like it. Well, maybe Claire Cottingham has got some answers for us. She is down at the Graf garage, but with the sister crew, with George King.
Yes, I'm with George King, so he has no extra information, I'm afraid, exactly what's just happened to John Corbett, but we were watching it. Your view on what you saw, it was difficult to see from here.
Yeah, I mean, I only just caught the last little bit on the massive screen up there, and I mean, I just saw him loop it. It didn't look like he touched anything, so hopefully he can get going and get back in the race because they're championship contenders, and it gives James a couple laps. But I don't know, the full course yellow says that otherwise, unfortunately.
Yes, unfortunately. Let's talk about your race, though. Obviously, you're going out in the last stint. Your teammate just came through here just as we were standing here. You're in a good position at the moment.
Yeah, really good. Louis had an amazing start. I think he got up to P3 overall. And I think something happened, he got overtaken, but he's been mega all weekend, all race. He's been flying. We was overall leading, and then he's come in, done our first mandatory pit stop, and I'm not too sure what position we're in now, but Louis is flying, so I'm super happy.
I was going to say, yeah, obviously everything shakes out at this point, but leading in that position is always a good place to be. Yeah,
massively. You always want to start off strong. Louis done exactly that, kept the car damage-free for me and Remy. And it just puts us in a really good stead for the rest of the race.
I really hope you just didn't give that the commentator's curse, because that was the most terrifying thing I think I've ever heard you say. It's got no damage at the moment. How nice is it to be back at this team?
Really nice. I obviously started my year with Graf, really, in the LMP3 in Portimao, and then another stint in the Nova in, Mugello, where it was biblical rain, really. So yeah, it's always nice to come back with Graf. They're an amazing team, awesome people. The car's always fast, so I'm happy.
We're struggling a little bit out there to see cars, numbers and things like that, more than I think we felt that we have at other racetracks. What do you think it's going to be like as a racing driver out there? You've got full beam, are you going to get blinded?
Yeah, it's almost impossible to see exactly what car's behind you. I mean, you can see on the live stream, some of them have like the LED lights, like the coloured lights, but when you're in a driver's seat, it's almost impossible. It's just full beam the whole time. So I'm always on the radio to my engineer asking who's behind me and if I'm actually racing them for position. Otherwise, I'll just be holding up people or lunging people I don't need to. So it makes it difficult, for sure.
Does it make it a lot busier for you contacting the pit wall?
In terms of radio chatter, not too much. It's just hard to tell like the spaces in between the cars as well, so you don't know whether you have to defend now or how far away they are exactly. Whereas in the daytime, you obviously get a better depth perception, I suppose, in the mirrors. At night time, you're just getting blinded for an hour or an hour and a half.
What a treat that you've got coming up. We're coming to the end of the season now. In general, in motorsport, we're going into the winter. Have we got any idea what's going on next year? So
at the moment, I'm out in Dubai, coaching in the Radical SR3s. And then hopefully I can get over to the USA, across the pond. I'm in talks with multiple teams at ELMS as well. If something comes up in Europe, then I'll stay because I know all the tracks and it's my home. But I kind of want to branch out into different avenues, and maybe the USA is a good step.
Hey, look, you're always welcome in Ultimate Cup. Don't leave us.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, you're going out for your stint, actually, I was about to say in a while, but actually it's about, an hour's time now. We're on 2 hours 30. It's not long left of the exactly halfway point. My maths worked for that, exactly. Wait, it's a 4-hour race. Half and half is 2. I failed maths twice for reference there, but you're heading out soon.
Yes, I think maybe in another hour and a half, maybe, or another hour. Depends what the strategy.
Your maths is no better than mine.
No, honestly, it's awful. Obviously, strategy comes into it. So if there's another safety car and Louis has done his driving time, we'll put Remy in, and then he'll do his whole driving time, and then I'll finish off hopefully on a big high. Touch wood.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll be speaking to you at the end of the race.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh, very interesting to hear what George King has planned for the future, as we see a replay of why we are under full course yellow conditions, the left rear suspension braking for John Corbett, and if that happened in the middle of Scene Corner, I cannot imagine a more terrifying place to have a suspension failure than right there. Incredible end to that team's championship campaign. Now it looks like we're not just under full course yellow conditions anymore, we are under safety car, because those headlights don't look like they belong to either a Nova or a LMP3 car. And so, yeah, it does look like we have the pace car out there, rather than just a full course yellow. So, of course, that means the pit lane entry is closed, and any pit stops held under these conditions will not count towards the mandatory number. And if you come in for fuel, you can only do a quick splash and dash. You're limited to 10 litres. So while we're under safety car conditions, I can give you the running order because it's shuffled around again a little bit. Mark Fagianato leads in the number 71 ANS Motorsport Nova, ahead of Louis Rossi for Graf Racing. Then comes the LMP3 race leader, Nathan Kumar for TS Course. Third in MPO2 is Marlon Hernandez in the 154 Kokomo Nova. Second in LMP3 is our early race leader, the Inter-Europol competition car, Dane Aronson at the wheel. And then fourth in MPO2, Luis San Juan in the now champion-elect MPO2 from Graf Racing, the number 9 car. And then third in LMP3 is Jacek Zielonka. But he and race leader Fagianato are still one mandatory pit stop behind most of the cars around there. And I'm not sure this safety car is going to do him too many favours, to be honest. So Sasha Klaverdetscher next for Lamo Racing in the number 17. Then Stefan Rupp in the Writer Engineering Ligier, fourth in LMP3, and then completing the top 10 overall is Quentin Bassora in the number 20 DB Autosport car, away from Graf Racing. Clearly they're not the ones we're going to have to fix the number 7 car, because they look far too happy for that to be the case. Nicolas Morlini still aboard the number 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Nova. Mathis Jaubert in 73, just behind him. And then Philippe Simodomo. Mathis Jaubert making his prototype debut, as far as I can see, after racing Porsches for quite a few years. Since 2023, competing in Carrera Cup France. Joining the Martine by Almeras team for this year, finishing runner-up in the championship to Alessandro Gueretti, and also finishing runner-up to him in Carrera Cup Asia as well, as part of the Toro Racing outfit. But being second to Alessandro Gueretti, that's not bad company to be keeping there, and now making his prototype debut. Now, I'm not quite sure what this course car is doing, because we are still under full course yellow conditions. Because everyone's limited to 80 kilometers an hour, and so that means drivers can't even catch up to the pace car, but the safety car is out there. So yeah, not quite sure what the plan is for that one. But Mark Fagianato has quite a considerable lead, because he does, well, now it says safety car boards are out, and so that means that the drivers in front of the safety car are now released from the 80 kilometer an hour speed limit, and so we're now running at safety car speed rather than full course yellow. So the drivers will try and get onto the back of the train, but yeah, Mark Fagianato does technically have quite a sizable lead, because he's yet to serve one of his mandatory pit stops compared to everyone else around him. So Louis Rossi does kind of have the net lead of the race for Graf Racing. Teammate to George King, who we were just hearing from in the pit lane. Hopefully George does find himself a slightly more permanent home. He's been sort of seat hopping a little bit this year, which is mad. Our reigning champion wasn't able to find a seat for this year, and I'm not saying anything against anyone or anything. I know there are various extreme circumstances and external factors that go into that, but it's George eyeing up a move to stateside across the pond. course, opportunities there in LMP3 on the IMSA program, the VP Sports Car Challenge. They'll still be running these cars, in fact, as well. They're not getting the new generation machines like in Europe, in the European Le Mans Series and Le Mans Cup. So there'll be cars he's still familiar with as well, just on the tracks, of course. We'll have to get the iRacing out. Go back to his sim racing days. Although I think he said in Hockenheim he was more of an Assetto Corsa fella. But of course, that's where it all began for George King. Got himself a sim rig during COVID, like many of us did, except he then went on to become a real professional racing driver, whereas I haven't got my rig out in the last 6 months. But maybe with the winter plans looking less thin, might do the same. So we are under safety car conditions, an hour and 34.5 minutes into this European Endurance Prototype Cup finale. The story of the race so far is that the championship challenge is over for the number 7 Graf Racing crew, and it is a cruise to the finish for Luis San Juan and Eric Trulé in the lead of the championship. Their only outside chance of being denied is Nicolas Molini, who needs to win in order to usurp the gap that they have to the championship leading pairing, and then they would also need for the Graf Racing team to basically not score points in MPO2. Whereas the LMP3 championship battle is still very much alive between the two Team Virage teammates, number 1 and 88. Jacek Zielonka has come into pit lane, actually, as has Stefan Rupp, and so you are limited to what you can do with pit stops under the safety car. So stops made under safety car, all full course yellow, are not counted towards the mandatory stop. You can only do a maximum of 10 litres of fuel. If you do any repairs under the safety car at full course yellow, you will receive a 1 minute stop and go penalty. So it's only going to be a splash and dash for these cars heading into pit lane, and that seemed to include the number 1, oh no, maybe the 42, the sister car, and yes it is, Paris Strafakidis there as well. Of course, what this is doing is burning up a little bit of the bronze driving time for anyone out there. So Louis Rossi, Mark Fagianato, Nathan Kumar, Luis San Juan, Jacek Zielonka as well, although he will have lost some of that time in pit lane as well. Marlon Hernandez coming into pit lane as well for Kogamo Racing. What you will see is when drivers head into pit lane, they actually sort of get to the timing line a little bit quicker, I think, because they cut out a little bit of the racetrack. They cut out that very slow, very tight Virage du Pont section. So I think that does trip the sensor a little bit earlier, and hence why you might see cars jumping up and down a little bit during the in-laps. Two hours, 22.5 minutes remain. The order now with Hernandez in the pit lane is Fagianato leading, but with one mandatory pit stop still to give. So Louis Rossi up there. Our safety car is going to be in this lap, so I'll give this quickly. Louis Rossi, Nathan Kumar, Dane Aronson. So that's Graf Racing and TS Corsa and Inter Europol competition. Then the Graf Racing number 9 car, Luis San Juan. Lamo Racing's Sasha Klavedece. Thumbs up from Team Virage. And Jacek Zielonka in pit lane. Stefan Rupp and Nicolas Molini have just made their way out of pit lane. And Marlon Hernandez has also just left the pit lane now as well. So they need to actually get quite a bit of a wiggle on if they want to catch the back of the safety car. That, of course, that's the risk you take. If you do come in for your splash and dash under the safety car, you risk being at the back of the queue and not actually on the back of the queue at all when the safety car comes in. Although I think the safety car is going at a sluggish enough pace that it shouldn't be too much of a hardship for Marlon Hernandez to make his way up to the rear of the final car in the queue, which I would assume is Daniel Bassora on the lead lap. Well, it's going to be quite hard to tell actually, but of course drivers getting ready to take over the car with incidents out there. People always try and anticipate a safety car. If you're in the right place at the right time, you might just be able to sneak into pit lane before that full course yellow, or safety car is called. And that is the case down at Team Virage. And so the safety car is peeling in, and we are back under green flag conditions, and the number 28 MV2S racing car had to really stop himself from overtaking into Virage DuPont. That's Philippe Simodomo, because you're not allowed to overtake before you get to the start-finish line, but we are back under green flag conditions in the 4 hours of Portimao, the European Endurance Prototype Cup finale back underway. Mark Fagianato it is who leads the field, only 6.1 seconds ahead of Louis Rossi, a few cars between himself and his nearest class rival. But remember, Louis Rossi with the net lead of the race, with Fagianato owing us 1 pit stop more compared to the cars behind him on the timing order. And of course what this is going to do now as a result of that safety car is dropping quite a bit further down the pack, I would have thought. So I move down the inside from, I think that was 70, it looked like it said 71 on the side of the car, but that would have meant that it wasn't the race leader that the safety car picked up. There is the 71 car. Must have been one of the sister ANS cars. Those cars are quite closely followed when the safety car comes out. Just disturb the order a little bit. So that's Marlon Hernandez towards the rear of the field. Now you can see how much time he's lost, because he didn't catch the back of the safety car queue. You see the pack ahead of him all the way up the other end of the Mistral. So I think Kogumo have lost out a little bit there, showing them in 8th position at the moment, but we'll see later on as Georgios Kolovos still aboard the number 1 championship leading Team Virage, Ligier in 19th position, and a Nova directly behind him on the racetrack. But I can see Team Virage preparing for a pit stop. So it might be for the number 1 car. Well, either way, Mark Fagianato, the race leader, is into pit lane. No surprise there to see him coming in immediately after the safety car restart. He did owe us the stop. And Kolovos has come into pit lane, so the championship leader from 19th position overall is now in pit lane. And it looks like it will be for a driver change as well. So generally Axel Noss has taken the middle stint. In these races, so I can only imagine it's the Swiss who will take over the car next. Now here is that driver change, and tyre change as well for the number 1 car, though those Michelins still looking pretty good nick, don't they? Very smooth, barely any pickup on that at all. I'm sure they'll get given the good treatment down the back of the garage. Car's dropped from the jacks, a clean of the screen. There's, I think it's Axel Noss being strapped in, and of course he won't be able to go straight into the refueling area. He'll have to go back out, come back in again. Jacek Zielonka in the sister 88 car also now in pit lane as well, so presumably he's about to vacate the car, and in fact he is. Claire Cottingham in pit lane tells me he is doing so. So I think it will be Rafael Marak who takes over. Again, the order they've run in. So both the LMP3 Championship contenders extracting their bronze driver and getting one of their silver class drivers aboard. Remember, those are the two fighting for the championship. And the thing is, they're just so evenly matched. They've both got the same mandatory minimum pit stop time. They've both got a bronze and 2 silvers. Of course, both running the same machinery. The only difference really between them is that the 88 has, at the start of the year, had all rookies in terms of LMP3 machinery. None of them had raced in LMP3 before, whereas Sasha Lehmann, Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos did at least come in with a smattering of slightly more relevant prototype machinery. Doing a combination with the Le Mans Cup campaigns as well. So Sasha Lehmann was actually probably the most experienced, having raced in Le Mans Cup for a couple of years. Remember, it was the 88 crew that started the season with victory. As more pit stop action at Team Virage, this time for the 42. So this will be Paris Strafakidis. Let me try and read that again. Paris Stavrakidis getting out of the 42 car and handing over to either Marius Fossard or Hayden Chance. I think it might be Hayden Chance who's getting aboard that car now. And yes, it is the Ligier European Series champion from this year, doing his first race in LMP3, now getting aboard the car, the 18-year-old Brit. Was before this year racing in Radicals and world final champion as well in the Radical Cup. And so done an impressive amount in a very short space of time as Hayden Chance, and look forward to progression up to full-time competition in LMP3 next year, hopefully. But he's about to do his first stint in an LMP3 car, and it's about to be at night as well, so not exactly dipping his toe in, more just sort of launching headfirst into the deepest end of the swimming pool from the I don't actually know how high diving boards go. If 50 meters is high for a diving board, let's say it's that. So getting reports of light rain in the pit lane from Claire Cottingham. Hope she's bought an umbrella, because the forecast has been lying to us all weekend. And we arrived here this morning with very wet conditions. We started qualifying in very wet conditions. A couple of drivers braved it out on the slicks right at the end of Q3. In fact, Gaël Julien was one of them. And it was his inspired move that helped secure pole position for the number 9 Graf Racing crew. So let's see how long it is before the track gets to a stage where we need to start adopting some wet tyres, if indeed it does get to that stage. See a flurry of cars all line astern after the safety car restart. So Louis Rossi, the race leader, puts a lap on the number 21 DB Autosport car, Matthias Besch. That's not something you see every day, is it? I think that was the 21 anyway. It certainly looked like that one. Quentin Bassora is the sister car. Oh, it was Quentin Bassora. Excuse me, apologies to Matthias Besch, because it's actually Besch who's now going round the outside of Quentin Bassora and putting a lap on him, well, actually unlapping himself, I think, because Besch is down in 28th place, whereas Quentin Bassora is in 10th. a personal best coming in from Karen Gaillard on that previous lap, 2:01.0. So she's just done that car's fastest lap of the race. She's only 1.2 seconds back from her teammate Mathis Jalbert, who has been lapping fantastically well at the moment. The Porsche convert in 7th position overall now for the ANS Motorsport crew. So that shuffling in the pit lane has put Dane Aronson back into the lead of LMP3 for Inter-Europol competition. They might have put a move somewhere on Nathan Kumar. Of course, they're burning up their bronze driver time at the moment. He's 5th position overall, 2nd in LMP3 is the Australian for TS Course. So Inter-Europol competition back into the lead, but of course, remember, they'll have to serve 61 seconds minimum stationary time, whereas it's only 35 seconds for the TS Course car. So Remy de Gouffroy gets ready to take over the number 39 Graf Racing car from Louis Rossi, the race leader, so expect the Frenchman in imminently. And as George King was saying, we expect Claire Cottingham earlier, he's been doing an absolutely cracking job out there. He is 7.9 seconds ahead of Dane Aronson in the lead in LMP3. Some sort of incident at turn 5 noted, no other information on that one. So Karen Gaillard does another personal best, as does race leader Louis Rossi. He's ticked off another lap, so he's not coming in just yet, but Karen Gaillard now only 3/4 of a second away from teammate Mathis Jalbert. So 73 and 71 running very close together as it stands. And 9 minutes left on the clock, and there race leader Louis Rossi, I think it's about to get unlapped by Matthias Besch. Of course, the gold-rated driver, former Rebellion LMP1 racer, would expect to be quicker than Louis Rossi, especially at this stage of the race, but Rossi's extending his lead over Dane Aronson, who's a silver class driver, so it's now 11.7 seconds between the top two in the race. This is that battle I was talking about between the two ANS Motorsport teammates. So Karen Gaillard closing in on Mathis Jalbert. So Jalbert, as I said, as far as I can tell, is making his prototype debut after his campaigns in Carrera Cup France and Carrera Cup Asia this year, whereas Karen Gaillard has been doing a dual campaign here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup and in Le Mans Cup with the Iron Dames alongside Celia Martin. Ended up 6th in the standings, having scored a podium finish at this track in Paul Ricard earlier in the year. But she's now in her 2nd year of prototype racing, the 22-year-old Swiss. So they are battling over 7th and 8th position at the moment, which is also 5th and 6th in MPO2. And they've got the CMR Ginetta just in front of them as well. I wonder if that's going to complicate things. Shouldn't do, because Nico Prost at the wheel of it at the moment, but down in 19th position, not where we're used to seeing Nico Prost at all. But Karen Gaillard continues to follow in the wheel tracks of her less experienced teammate for now. As this is Nathan Kumar, who's just gone past Luis San Juan for overall position, 4th being disputed there as Kumar made his way through on San Juan. And so the TS Course car moving past the MPO2 Championship leader, as into the pits has come the, that looks like the Writer Engineering car, and yes, it is Stefan Rupp going to the refueling zone. So Mathis Jalbert still leading Karen Gaillard, 73 with the green wing-trimmed mirrors. on their car. That's how you tell them apart. As into the pits has come Louis Rossi. What an absolutely mammoth job he has done. And I'll tell you what, he's gone quite long as well, because he only needed to do an hour and 30 in that car, and he's done nearly 2 hours. And so now Remy de Gouffroy will take over oh no, excuse, apologies. Actually, I was so used to seeing Louis Rossi in the number 8 car earlier in the season. I completely missed that wasn't the 39 car that's come in. So that's the number 8 car, excuse me, that has come in. So Sebastian Page has come into pit lane, and he will hand over to either Loris Kybers or Kevin Rabin. I think it was Loris getting aboard, but I didn't quite see because I was too focused on the fact that I thought that was the 39 car. So Louis Rossi's still circulating out there. Now he's in pit lane, actually. So Louis Rossi now coming in from the race lead. So, yeah, Mathis Jalbert still ahead of Karen Gaillard. They are closing in on Nico Prost, actually. They do seem to be slightly quicker. Nicolas Molini's made up a spot, meanwhile, into 11th position overall ahead of Quentin Bassora. Jean-Marc Alaphilippe also up a spot as well, with Christophe Cresp into pit lane. And we are approaching half race distance now. Louis Rossi into pit lane from the lead of the race. He had 16.4 seconds over the LMP3 race leader, Dane Aronson, when he did so. And in terms of their stationary times, well, the 39 is going to be stationary for considerably less time, 35 seconds compared to 61 seconds for the Inter-Europol competition car. But of course, different class of car, so they're not necessarily fighting for the overall position together. Right, we've got yellow flags out at turn 5. That's the part of the track we were just looking at. So if we can just pan down a little bit, maybe we can see why that has happened. Well, yellow flags are still out there at turn 5. Well, the yellow flags have gone now, back to green. And Karen Gaillard, while we were looking at that, has usurped Mathis Jalbert as well. So she's moved up into 7th position and just done her best lap of the race as well. Right, here we can see what happened to... so that is that the number 8 car that just came back out? Doesn't look like... Maybe... I think it's the Extreme Limit car. Yes, it is, the number 25. So, Benjamin Reday. So Benjamin Reday going for a spin there. Being told, we can see the rain that Claire reported earlier, so there is some light drizzle out there. I'm also being told by Claire that Jacek Silonka in the championship contending 8018 Virage car didn't have a working radio, and so I'm sure that would have made life very difficult for the Polish driver, and hopefully that issue is not rearing its head for Rafael Narak as well, who's now aboard that car in 4th position in LMP3. Marlon Hernandez also bringing the Kogamo Nova into pit lane. Of course, with Louis Rossi into pit lane, Dane Aronson now retakes the overall lead of the race ahead of Sasha Klavadetscha by 7.1 seconds. Here is the race leader being unlapped by the number 27 MV2S racing car of Christophe Cresp. am I sure it was Christophe Crest with the wheel? Well, Nicolas Molini's gone through in the 51 as well. The rain is now significant enough to be mentioned on the timing screen. Rain is being reported from turn 8, which is the Mistral chicane, up to turn 12. So the beginning of the third sector, 3-seat corner, Le Bousset, and then the left-hander of Virage Bendor as well. That's where the rain is being reported. So it's sort of coming in from the northeast side of the circuit. Well, we are now approaching half race distance in the final round of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. As it stands, Dane Aronson leads for Inter-Europol competition. Let's take a look back at the first 2 hours of racing. Well, we're into the second half of the European Endurance Prototype Cup finale now with an hour 57 remaining on the clock. Dane Aronson has just brought the race-leading Inter-Europol competition Ligier into pit lane. And so presumably it'll be Sasha Klavadeccia who then takes over the lead of the race. Yellow flags out at turn 5, once again our favourite corner of the day. And can't see anything of any significant notes out there. Hopefully one of our cameras has been able to pick up the cause of that. Well, the green flags have already been shown. There's been a note to Paul Giugiani to respect the escape road at turn 8, which is on the Mistral. Now, ooh, is that why we had yellow? Because I cannot identify what bit of bodywork that is. It looks like a big lamp. So yeah, really not sure what that bit of debris. I mean, debris reported on track at turn 5, unsurprisingly. Oh my goodness me, that is where it's come from. The championship leading LMP3 car from Team Virage has got a massive problem with a huge chunk of that front left bodywork missing. And so Axel Noss coming back into pit lane. This could be the end of the championship dream for the #1 crew. That is clearly where that bodywork has come from. That is down there at turn number 5. And again, we have major dramas for a championship contender. First, it was John Corbett in the MPO2. Now, dramas in the LMP3 championship. A huge amount of damage. Let's see what they're going to do with it. Is it going to be a simple case of replacing the front bodywork, or is there further damage underneath that bodywork that needs to be addressed inside the garage? Well, incredible dramas. That mean what I was about to say before we saw the state of the #1 car. I think the first car to make a change onto wet tyres is Jean-Marc Alaphilippe in the 777 Lamo car. Nobody else seems to be doing that just yet, so we'll keep an eye on Alaphilippe's times. But let's see what is happening down at Team Virage. Oh, they're desperately trying to get that bodywork off because it's caught on the behind the wheel arch as well, absolutely yanking it off. You've never seen an LMP3 car treated this poorly before. Well, unfortunately, I've just been told we don't have any footage of how on earth Axel Noss ended up in this state. Hopefully someone from the team will be able to explain to us what happened. Once the smoke has stopped pouring out of everyone's ears, you can see a huge amount of work being done at changing the front left tyre, unsurprisingly, because I think the bodywork was rubbing up quite heavily against that front left Michelin. Didn't look to be in the best state as well. They're still trying to get the front bodywork attached there as well. The right-hand side clip doesn't seem to be secure still. And this is just an absolute disaster for the #1 crew. Well, there are cars just, well, just absolutely unreal scenes here. And we thought there was going to be dramas, and the rain looks to be getting heavier as well. There could still yet be some drama. Look, a slide there for the 25 Extreme Limits car. Maybe Jean-Marc Alaphilippe has made an inspired call here, going onto the wets slightly earlier than everyone else. So I imagine drivers are going to start struggling. I wonder if Axel Noss might even request wets while he's still in the box. He's got some time to contemplate it. They do have the wets out there in the garage, I'm being told. Many of the teams do at the moment. And by the sounds of it, Axel Noss getting ready to go back out. And has left the pit lane on slicks, so hasn't made the gamble. Nathan Kumar has brought the TS Course Duqueine in from the lead in LMP3. Wow, this is absolutely remarkable. So, Dane Aronson has emerged in 6th position overall, but not sure where he is in his pit stop sequence. I know he's just come in, but has he done the refuel as well? That is the question. My goodness me. So I'll get the abacus out and do a little bit of mental arithmetic, because of course Pedro Perino is still in championship contention, and so if they were to win this race with the 88, well, it would have to be a retirement really, because we've only got 12 LMP3 cars, and one of them is already out of the race as well, Christian Gissi, of course. So something pretty spectacular would have to happen for them not to score a race, but it's 20 points they need, and so it would still need a top 7 finish for the number 1 car to bring home the championships. Into the pits is Luis San Juan, we saw there. Whereas for the 88 crew, so if Perino were to win, he'd be on 95. Whereas the 88 would need 16 points to beat that, and in fact, actually, they need 17, because on countback, Perino would win. And so that means they need 2nd position. So suddenly, Pedro Perino is actually not out of the championship stat. If Perino wins this, then Team Virage, with the 88 car, needs 2nd position. Because that drama for the number 1 car, suddenly the outside shot might be the one taking home the crown at the end of this one, and be getting a fairly star-studded applause at the prize giving tomorrow, after we have the GT Endurance finale as well. Goodness me. Well, we won't get too ahead of ourselves, because there's still a long way to go. The Inter-Europol competition car does still have plenty of penalty to serve as well. We've got yellows at turn 3 now, very quickly rescinded. So I didn't quite see why that was the case. I'm told the rain has stopped, so suddenly Jean-Marc Alaphilippe on those wet tyres might start to struggle a little bit. Sasha Klavedec just coming out of pit lane, having come in from what was the lead, having taken over from Dane Aronson. So yeah, as far as I can tell, it should still be the number 39 Graf car with Remy de Gouffroy now at the wheel with the net lead of the race. I hate to say it, but Karen Gaillard and the 71 ANS crew have got the asterisk of death, or asterisk of doom, I should say. So that that's what I was talking about earlier. One of their mandatory pit stops hasn't ticked all the boxes, and so they can either rectify that before the final 15 minutes of the race, or serve a penalty. 9 times out of 10, it's the latter. So so it should be Remy de Gouffroy for Graf Racer with the net lead of the race, then Dane Aronson in the lead in LMP3, and then Jesse Bouhay potentially in the 154 Kokomo car. He's back aboard. Remember, he came in very, very early. In the first few laps of the race, he had an engine problem, and so had quite a bit of his bronze driving time yet to serve, which he's doing so now. So we saw the 88 car, Rafael Narak, of course, now aboard the 88 car, which is in a decent position in the championship, but it does all depend on where Pedro Perino crosses the checkered flag, because he will do the final stint of the race, and it will be all down to him. Of course, the difference between them is that Inter-Europol has got an all-silver lineup, whereas before that last pit stop, Team Virage had only had their bronze drivers in, so naturally you would expect Inter-Europol to sort of branch the gap a little bit. Seeing some rain on the camera lens, but I'm told rain has stopped in the pit lane at the very least. So, Dane Aronson trying to find his way through on the traffic, runs out very wide onto the Mistral. There's not going to be a whole lot of grip out there. Down the Mistral. You can see what George King was talking about. He's just you wouldn't be able to tell anything. You just see some headlights out there. Right, other driver change has been happening while we've been looking elsewhere. Adrien Closmenil now boards the number 87 Cool Racing Ligier and has just done the best middle sector of the race. So Closmenil on double duty this weekend. He's racing for Winfield Racing in the Ultimate Formula Cup as well. Pole position and race 1 win for him so far today. Was leading in race 2 as well before his car expired on the Mistral Straight. Hopefully less mechanical woes on his Cool Racing car, and he was one of the quickest cars in qualifying as well. I think he set the fastest time in Q3. I'd have to double check, but certainly was right up there. And so he's now trying to close down the gap. He's done 2 of his mandatory pit stops, and I think that puts him in a net second in LMP3. So that car that was not looking so hot a few laps ago because of the spin for Quentin Joseph and indeed subsequent spin for David Drew, which was very unexpected. Suddenly that car looks to be in a net second position in LMP3. How we can very quickly turn. It's that 87 car still quite heavily penalised because it has a gold driver alongside a silver and a bronze, so 39 seconds. But Adrien Closmenil, a 17-year-old from Bayeux, joined the Cool Racing squad. Been racing in Le Mans Cup with James Sweetenham. Finished 5th in the championship with the Brit. Podium finish at Spa earlier in the year. So only in his second year of car racing is Closmenil. Of course, made his appearance in Paul Ricard as well with Cedric Ultramar earlier in the year, the season opener. They finished 4th. So Dane Aronson was just on the back of Sasha Klavadetscha at the start of the lap. Could definitely still see some rain falling there towards the back end of the circuit in the final sector. We did say the rain did seem to be coming in from the northeast end of the circuit, where the rain was reported. That's where we got the message from race control from. And so could be a little bit more rain and the track conditions starting to deteriorate a little bit. And well, I'll tell you what as well, because we were lapping in the 159s earlier in the start of the race. The front runners at the moment are in the 204s. In fact, Dane Aronson did a 207 last time around, and so there is, yeah, definitely a tax on grip at the moment. Karen Gaillard leads the race overall as it stands, but does owe a pit stop compared to the cars around her, and in fact either sped in the pit lane or maybe didn't quite serve the minimum pit stop time correctly during a driver change. Either way, there's something that is amiss that is being looked at and will be investigated towards the end of the race for the number 71 crew. But she has erstwhile built a sizable advantage over Nicolas Morlini, who's second overall, but again, 3 pit stops left. It's 19.5 seconds to race leader Karen Gaillard. But both Morlini and Raphael Narak, 3 pit stops remain. The cars behind them, only 2. So that's Dane Aronson for Inter Europol, Jesse Bouhay for Kogumo, Adrien Closmenil for Cool, and Paul Giugiani for ANS as well, the number 72. The next, there's a couple of cars, Nico Prost and Nathan Kumar still 03, and then Frederic Croulet, Remy Ducufroy has just come out of pit lane, as has Sasha Klavedetcha and Pierre-Alexandre Provost as well. So this is all going to shake out towards the closing stages of the race. Cars flying through Scene Corner. Looks like Nicolas Morlini just, filing through. Yes, it is in that number 51 car. Is Morlini likely to be the outgoing champion now, alongside Jack Wolf, with the title likely to be secured now by Graf Racing, but of course champion from last year was Morlini. Having joined the team only last year from Cool Racing, competing in the European Le Mans Series. In LMP3, but sticking with the Nova for a second year. This is teammate Jack Wolf. Has continued on in the European Le Mans Series with the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team, alongside Jean-Ludwig Fubert and Antoine Duqueine. We'll just check in with that number 1 car, Axel Noss, and see where it has ended up in the overall order. So 22nd position overall at the moment, but only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in LMP3. So this is what I was talking about. There's not really enough LMP3 cars for this to be a complete and utter disaster, because most of the cars in front of him are MPO2. So I'll just double check that. Yeah, right now it's Narak, but with an extra stop to O. Then Dane Aronson, Adrian Klosmanil, Nico Prost, Nathan Kumar, and then Axel Noss. So unless he loses any more time, then this probably isn't going to be too much of a disaster, despite losing all that time in pit lane. They are still very much in a position where they can secure the championship. It might look bad with Narak currently leading in the sister car, but he still owes a pit stop. An extra pit stop compared to the cars around him. Into pit lane has come race leader Karen Gaillard, heading to the refueling zone. Nicolas Morlini also into pit lane, as is the second of the ANS cars, the 73 of Frédéric Croulet. So that should give Raphael Narak the lead of the race, unless he subsequently brings his car in from the lead of LMP3 as well. Oh, well, I said it wasn't going to get worse for car number 1. It just has a drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin and causing a collision. So that gives us some indication of how the car became so damaged. We saw almost the entire front left corner of that car missing. Clearly the stewards have deemed that Axel Noss had some sort of off, rejoined in an unsafe manner, and subsequently collided with another car. So that means there's a second car out there with damage that we haven't quite picked up. But that is how Axel Noss ended up in pit lane needing those front bodywork repairs. So it is, Karen Guy had rejoined the racetrack, but then I think came back in. Just went straight to the refueling zone, but Jacques Wolf is now back aboard the 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Nova. Rafael Narak continues to lead in LMP3. Meanwhile, Dane Aronson and Adrian Klosmanil behind him. They're about to rack up an extra one, in fact, over Narak, as they've come into pit lane. Who was that going around the outside of the TS Course car of Nathan Kumar? It was one of the Team Virage cars, and it was the number 1, so Axel Noss, back into pit lane very soon after having the front changed. So presumably this will be for a refuel. Yeah, he's gone straight past the garage by the looks of it. Oh no, there was the garage there, but he has driven straight past it. So this will be for a refuel for Axel Noss. Oh no, sorry, excuse me, this is his drive-through. And I'm told he hit the 21 car, the DB Autosport car. So I'm not sure who was driving at the time, but a spin now at turn number 3 for one of the Novas. And that looks like the 555 Kogamo car. It is indeed. So yet more dramas, this time for Denise Callon, the second of the bronze drivers who's currently aboard that car. But has continued on his way, rejoining at turn number 5. So Axel Noss has served his drive-through penalty and is back out into the race. Nathan Kumar here continues to serve his mandatory bronze driving time. Potentially now up to 3rd in, or maybe 2nd in LMP3, with Aronson and Klosmanil going into pit lane. Then we'll get the updated timings shortly afterwards. So Matthias Besch is currently driving the 21 DB Autosport car that Axel Noss hit when he rejoined the circuit. So I can only assume that the 21 has also picked up damage, because there's so much on the Team Virage car that it would just seem unfathomable that the 21 got away unscathed. So coming up to 90 minutes left in this European Endurance Prototype Cup. If you haven't been with us throughout the entire race, well, Inter-Europol competition has certainly led the majority of the race in LMP3, certainly the early stages, and they do have the strategical upper hand at the moment, even if they aren't currently in the lead of their class. But we have had big championship dramas. First of all, John Corbett in the championship contending MPO2 car from Graf Racing. They were battling their teammates from the number 9 car. John Corbett with broken left rear suspension, bouncing his way through Scene Corner and retiring from the race. That has put the number 9 pairing of Louis San Juan and Eric Trulé in a very good position, but more dramas for a Team Virage car. And I couldn't quite make out which one that was, but that is a big, big off. And somehow has got away relatively unscathed. Now, which car is that has managed to find the escape road in such a dramatic fashion at Scene Corner? I cannot for the life of me see a number, but there's rear bodywork damage. It's the 88 car! So the sister 88 car from Team Virage, both of the championship contenders, and this might well now give Pedro Perino a miraculous chance at the championship. Smoking left rear tyre. That could well be a puncture for Rafael Narak. Not sure if he hit something. I only caught the aftermath of it, but a puncture. So John Corbett with suspension failure at Scene Corner, and now Rafael Narak with a left rear puncture. That is a scary place to have either of those two things happen to you. Such a high-speed right-hander. Rafael Narak luckily only has to do a third of the lap with 3 wheels on his wagon. He's now headed for pit lane. Hopefully he hasn't done too much damage to the left rear bodywork on that car with a torn left rear Michelin, and it looks like the last driver left, Daniel Macier, could be getting ready to go in as well. No sign of a driver change just yet, but the team going to work, and they don't look to be in any hurry. It's going in the garage! It's going in the garage! So the 88 crew that did have a shot, well, they put it up on the trolley. That normally is an indication that it's going in the garage. They were just shimmying it around, I guess. So it's not going into the garage just yet. Did certainly look like it was going to. A fresh left rear Michelin for Rafael Narak. But suddenly both cars with dramas in the championship. And Pedro Perino, the man who can deny Team Virage the LMP3 Drivers' Championship, is now aboard his Inter-Europol competition car. And the Mozambican Portuguese driver has got an hour and 29 minutes or so to try and take this away. He has to win the race. That is the minimum requirement. All that remains is for Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos to fall outside of the top 6, I think it is. Well, we will work it out in the closing 25 or 15 minutes of the race once the minimum, the mandatory pit stop has been served. And Rafael Narak is going, he's left the box, he's back out onto the fast lane and will rejoin the race very, very shortly. But we know that championship finales often throw a turn and a table, but man, this one really has had some big dramas with problems for Graf Racing, problems for both Team Virage cars and LMP3. Thought this was going to be a fairly simple affair, to be honest. But my goodness me, no, I was very, very wrong indeed. And there's still another 90 minutes or so to determine who will be drivers' champions in MPO2 and LMP3 in 2024. Well, that's... So I'm being told from Claire in the pit lane that she's just heard that the spin was the cause of the puncture as the bodywork pierced the tyre, rather than the puncture being the cause of the spin. So cause and effect there. The opposite to what we initially suspected. So Rafael Narak with a very scary off, regardless, very scary place to go off the road. Thankfully, there is a million miles of runoff out there. And, oh, now that is the number 3 CD Sport car that we saw Nick Adcock missing almost the entire front end of his car earlier on after contact with Christian Gissi when he was avoiding Christophe Carrière, his teammate, going into Labousse spun the car and Christian Gissi ended up slamming into the side of him. But it looks like CD Sport has done a fantastic job to get that car back out into the race. So he is circulating, but 35 laps down on the race leader. But nonetheless, it's nice to have Nick Adcock back into the race. Yellow flags now out at turn number 5, and that is the number 28 MV2S Racing Nova that has gone round. 28 being Felipe Simodomo, the bronze driver aboard that car. And he's got off again on the exit of turn number 7, leading on to the Mistral. So, also seeing incident at turn 10 involving car 88 is under investigation. So, was there contact there? I mean, I wasn't necessarily looking at the screen, so apologies if this has already been shown on the screen. Hopefully we can have a replay of that moment for the 88 Virage car at Scene Corner. Because, yeah, there's something that race control wants to potentially take a look at there. So hopefully we can see that again. So there are a handful of cars that still only owe one more mandatory pit stop. You can see the rain is still coming down on there. The front discs are glowing there. A little twitch for the Writer Engineering car, and that looked like the car just behind had just absolutely flown off the road there, being caught out by how little grip there was. But the point I was going to make, there are still a couple of cars. Well, there are a few cars that are down to their final mandatory pit stop. It's Jesse Bouhet who currently leads the way in the 154 Kokomo Racing Nova. Here he is. Jacques Wolf is in second position at 47 seconds back from the 154. Karen Gaillard now third for ANS Motorsport, and Eric Trulé fourth in the Graf Racing car. Nathan Kumar continues to lead in LMP3 in the TS Course Duqueine. Rafael Narak has just come into pit lane from second in the 88 Team Virage car, and then Axel Noss third in LMP3. So, well, at the moment, yeah, Pedro Perino's got a lot of work to do, but he's down to his last stop. The two Team Virage cars are not. And confirming what I'm seeing out on the racetrack, they being told in pit lane, rain is getting heavier, and we're seeing more drivers having big squirrely moments, just like that one for the T2 Racing Duqueine, and yellow flags were being waved there. Can't quite see what for, but yeah, surely it's only a matter of time as off goes Pedro Perino at the penultimate corner, and was very lucky to get it stopped before slamming into the side of the Duqueine just in front of him. Yellow flags now out at turn 11. That's Labousse. We've seen plenty of drivers go off there. Yellow flags already rescinded, but someone's been off the road. Not for the first time, won't be for the last either. And yeah, general message being reported. Rain reported on track from race control. Yeah, there seems to be plenty of it around there, particularly in the third sector. It doesn't seem too bad at the north west side of the circuit, which is right here, the hotel chicane and the complex at 5, 6 and 7. But certainly gets wetter as you head back along the length of the circuit down the Mistral. So Pedro Perino tries to clear the 68 in front of him, which is Felix Neuhofer, the Austrian driver. There seem to be yellow flags down there as well, actually. It might have just been the lights, because some of the lights are flashing, some are not. Well, there are yellow flags down at turn 11. That's for sure. No, sorry, it's not yellow flags. It's the slippery surface flag. Very difficult to see on that small LED, but it was the slippery surface flag being displayed because of the rain being reported. Yellow's now out at turn 14, which is the penultimate corner. We can see the rain coming down there. Green flags now showing at turn 14. Track has been declared wet, so they can get the wet tyres on now should they wish to. So this is the 88 Team Ferrari car being chased by the sole remaining Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. Pierre Caffer running quite a few laps down in 28th position overall compared to the 88, who's in 11th position. Having just come out of pit lane. Oh, now we've got a few cars going off at the penultimate corner now, and I think that included the race leader. And now we have the ANS car that's gone off the road and headed straight for the pit lane. That was Karen Gaillard in 4th position overall. And I think that he did include Jesse Bouhay, the race leader, who went off the... no, it wasn't, sorry. It was the number 20 DB Autosport car. And who is driving number 20 at the moment? Adrien Bastide. So the silver class driver aboard the number 20, struggling with the conditions as well. Adrien Bastide, the former midget driver and rally driver as well. So he's certainly used to low grip conditions. But there are a few really struggling through this final corner now, and I wonder how many are going to start coming in for wet tyres. 42 into pit lane from Team Virage, so that should be Hayden Chance. Yes, it is. Who's the other car in pit lane just there? Well, Remy de Gouffroy, Nathan Kumar into pit lane from the lead-in LMP3. Karen Gaillard was also in. We saw that. Adrien Bastide we saw in. Eric Troulet just coming out of pit lane, now back aboard the number 9 Graf Racing car, having started that race. So, well, I guess the question remains, when are they going to put Gaël Julien in the car? I can only imagine that Eric Troulet has not quite finished serving all of his bronze driver time, or what is the, if it's bronze, silver, then it's a maximum of hour and 10 minutes for a silver class driver. So that's what they're waiting for, basically. They need to hit the hour and 10 minute mark before, or just before really, before they could put Gaël Julien in their car for the remainder of the race. So we are getting a few cars now changing over to wet tyres. Remy de Gouffroy has opted for wet tyres in the number 39 Graf Racing car. And I'm sure there'll be a few who opt to do the same as well, because drivers are really struggling with the conditions out there. That 17 Lamo car there just being rounded up. Sasha Klavadetscha. They're being rounded up on the car in front. It was one of the other Novas. And so 57 on wets as well, which is the Writer Engineering car. Start trying to make a note of these. So 39 is on wets, as is 57. So we're not going to get all of them, but we'll try and get as many as we can. I wouldn't be surprised if many of the drivers are opting for the wet tyres. So Remy de Gouffroy back out onto the racetrack. Aiko Segret now aboard the number 71 ANS Motorsport car, having taken over from Karen Gaillard. Robert Visoyu is about to do his first race stint in 7 years. Boy, has he been thrown in at the deep end with a dark track, a night race, and a wet track as well. Hopefully they haven't stuck him out there on slick tyres at TS Corsa, because, yeah, Robert Visoyu, the Romanian driver who raced up to the FIA Formula 2 level in 2017, retired shortly afterwards, has done 2 days of radical testing in those 7 years, but now returning to racing action and potentially getting a full-time seat somewhere for next year. Literally 2 weeks ago, called up his manager and said, I'm going mad, I need to race something, I miss it too much. And here he is, racing for TS Corsa. So let's see how he goes. Was in the lead of LMP3, that car, but of course still a couple of pit stops yet to be served for TS Corsa. So Jacques Wolf has put the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Nova onto wets as well, I'm hearing. And I'm told all of the Virage cars as well are about to move over to wet tyres, and Sasha Lehmann is about to get aboard the number 1 Virage car as well, and they are putting wet tyres on that car now. So Axel Noss will vacate that car and hand over to the young Frenchman Sasha Lehmann. With yeah, wet tyres now on that car, and his teammates should follow suit. But pretty much everything has been thrown in. This got extreme limits off the road at the Hotel Chicane, taking the prescribed route around, but that was an off for Marc Bonnet. 88 also getting a driver change as well in pit lane. So Rafael Narak handing over to Daniel Macia, the Spaniard, who will take that car to the checkered flag. Well, name everything you could possibly have in a championship showdown. We've had it here today. I mean, absolutely remarkable. Okay, so the championship leading Team Virage cars back out onto the racetrack. I'm getting lots of notes from Claire in pit lane about what is happening out there, because there's lots of activity going on in pit lane at the moment. So an hour and 13 left to run in the championship finale. We have got now the switch to wet tyres taking place. We've had dramas for most of our championship contenders out there. But Sasha Lehmann back out into the race and has just come out second behind Robert Visoyu, but he has one last start. In fact, Sasha Lehmann doesn't have to come back into pit lane at all if he doesn't want to. An hour and 12 minutes might be slightly too long left on the clock. It's usually 55 minutes you see these cars run for, but with the reduced pace we're running at with wet tyres on, and maybe if we get a safety car as well, could Sasha Lehmann make it to the end of the race without having to do another stop? I mean, obviously they're in a really good position compared to the 88 because they've still got a stop to go. And I'd say Pedro Perino does still also have to come into pits as well. So he's just jumped ahead of Sasha Lehmann. Oh, this is going to get very, very interesting in the closing stages of this race. So we'll save the mathematics for the closing stages. It's 154. Race leader Jesse Bouhet into pit lane, as is Jack Wolf once again from second position. Jack Wolf, he just went out on those wet tyres. Presumably he's now going for the refuel as well. Oh, off the road, one of the ANS cars, the number 72. And 72, and that's down at the Hotel Chicane. But 72 currently being driven by, if I can find it on the timing order, goodness me. Mathis Poulet in 9th position. And so, again, taking the prescribed route around the outside of the Hotel Chicane. So, who's this coming in here? This looks like 777. Yes, it is. So the 777 coming in from 24th position, Alexandre Lafourcade. Currently the wheel. I imagine they'll now put Quentin Antonell into the car. Now the Super Trofeo racer. Oh, a handy little light there on our camera, which I'm sure is actually being somewhat appreciated by Lambo Racing there as well. So Gwen Delamere there back at the wheel of the CMR Ginetta. Definitely one of the darker parts of the racetrack, and he lit up by the headlights. Now, this could be interesting. A incident at turn 11 involving car 9 has been noted. So Eric Troulet, currently at the wheel of the car, turn 11 being Le Bousset. So something's happened with Eric Troulet at Le Bousset. Not sure what. What could have happened with just himself that would acquire the attention of the stewards. But we'll keep an eye out on that because, of course, that's the championship leader in MP02. Into the pits is the number 70 ANS car. But, yeah, could be yet more championship drama, in fact. So remember, Nicolas Molini still mathematically in it, but doesn't look like he's going to be securing the points needed to close down that 19.5 point advantage that Luis San Juan and Eric Troulet have. Well, we have had championship dramas aplenty for both the Team Virage cars that are fighting for the LMP3 championship. Let's hear now from Jacek Zielonka from the 88 crew.
Jacek, where do we start? Where do we start? What drama for Team Virage. Such drama out there, not only for car number 88, your car, but also for car number 1. Talk about what happened for you first.
Okay, I don't know, it was one of the first laps. I hit number 1 in the rear a bit. We touched each other and he spun off this. And after that I was feeling so bad because I didn't want to hit him But anyway, they continue with the race. They have no problems. They also they didn't lose too much time, but when I was driving after that, it wasn't the same, and I was struggling a bit with the car as well. I have some damages in my car, but okay, it was difficult for me. A difficult stint. I have problems with radio, then I have problems with the car a bit, and finally finished my stint, and I'm happy I finished because it was the worst stint in my life, I think.
And I hate to say it, but more than happened with car number 88, didn't it? We also saw your teammate come in.
Yeah, okay. After driver change, my teammate was driving very well. He was P1. It was really good pace. Then was start raining, and he got hit. We don't know yet which car hit him in turn 11. So he spun and he got the flat spot on the left rear tire. And because of that, he need to go to change the tires. The tires, we did the handicap, but okay, we don't know now where we are. Hopefully we are somewhere up, but now it's still 1 hour, 5 minutes to go. So everything is open. It can start raining again, it can dry, and everybody has to come back for the slicks, I don't know.
I was going to say, Team Virage have decided to put on the wet tyres, including car number 88. Yeah. Were you part of that decision? Was it a driver decision, or did it come from the pit wall?
I don't know, it was driver decision because they said it was too wet to stay on the slicks. And one of the 3 cars, I think they did it first, 42. Then number 1, and then we.
It is a bit concerning with those full wets, though, because it is drying out there. It's not that wet.
It's the worst. That are the worst conditions. We did the qualifying in this kind of conditions, and believe me, it's worse than the wet, because wet you know how to drive, but now you can overheat the tires if you will start drying, and the car can slide. But good thing is that the pro driver is on the steering wheel, so I think he will handle it. Danny will handle it, I hope.
I hope so too. What can we expect then from this race? I know you're not quite sure where you are at the moment, but can we expect?
I don't want to expect. It is what it is. It will be like it will be. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not perfect, but hard to say now. Hard to say.
You can still be proud of your season, though. It's been such a strong season for Team Virage.
Yes, of course. The team made an amazing job. We have 2 cars on the first 2 positions. We have the team championship, and believe me, it's the best team I ever driven, and it's I feel here like in family, and they are professionalists, very professional team, and they deserve for this championship. And hopefully next season I will stay also in this team, and will continue my driving with P3 with good results as we had before.
Hey, good luck for the rest of the race, all right?
Yes, thank you very much.
Go well.
You enjoy the race.
Well, that answers quite a few questions. So we wondered why Georgios Kolovos tumbled down the order in the early stages of the race. So it turns out it was contact from his teammate behind. It's going to be a bit of an awkward debrief, but here at the moment is Daniel Macia, 3rd or 4th now in LMP3. And just ahead of Sasha Lehmann, who's just come out of pit lane in the sister number 1 car that they're fighting for the championship with, but that's not enough to turn over the 11-point deficit in the championship for the 88 crew. So as it stands, it would be Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos, who would be taking the championship. Now, this is interesting from ANS. The number 72 car, Mathis Poulet, is going back onto slick tyres. So clearly the wets have been overheated. Jacek Zielonka was just telling us about it. It's the worst kind of condition where the wets will overheat. Well, maybe the slicks are worth giving another go. So it's going to be all eyes on Mathis Poulet now to see how he goes in this next stint. And we'll compare lap times out there. Now, I'm wondering, because I don't think we ever saw... Did the 34 go out on wet tyres? I don't think it did. So they've managed, and the same for TS Corsa as well, so they've managed to survive that rain shower without having to go onto the wet tyres. That's put them in a really good position, but meanwhile, Pedro Perino has taken the lead back in LMP3 for Inter-Europol competition. One mandatory pit stop yet to serve. Top car at the moment that's done all of its stops is Thomas Imborg in the number 5 CD Sport car. We have seen this before. Hopefully there's enough fuel in that car this time. So Remy de Gouffroy has brought the third placed number 39 Graf car into pit lane. So Johan Roussel has just got back out on track in the car that was leading, the 154 Kokomo car, so the former rally driver back out onto the racetrack. And so, well, we'll get hopefully a look at the order when we enter the final hour. But this championship showdown in the European Endurance Prototype Cup has thrown absolutely everything you could possibly think at us. So 1 hour remains in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. We enter the final hour of the European Endurance Prototype Cup, with Eric Trulé having just come into pit lane from what was the lead after Johan Roussel came into pit lane. And Gouffroy heading back out onto the track, and cars that were out there on wet tyres seem to be coming back onto slicks now. So yeah, Team Virage are out there. Car 88 is in the pit lane, and those are slick Michelins going back on the 88. So that was a very short-lived stint on the wet tyres. But this could still count as the last mandatory pit stop. So Daniel Macier here looks to be the first of the car. You can see the damage on the rear bodywork from the puncture they suffered. Number 1 in just behind them as well. So Sasha Lehmann now going back onto slicks as well. And it should be the 42, Marius Fossard aboard the 42, who will get thrown onto slicks as well. But these are the two championship contending cars in LMP3 being given equal opportunity here to go back onto slick tyres. And so once again, it all turns on its head. But with 58 minutes to run, let's take a look back at the first 3 hours of racing. They've been a doozy. Final hour of the 2024 European Endurance Prototype Cup finale. And it is a championship showdown that has provided plenty of thrills and spills so far. At the moment, it does look like Eric Trulé and Luis San Juan will secure the MPO2 Drivers' Championship after Graf Racing secured the Teams Championship last time out in Manicourt. Team Virage did so in the LMP3 Championship as well, but the question still remains of who the Drivers' Champion will be, especially if Pedro Perino continues on the way he is running, because there is a real chance, a real risk now of Team Virage letting this slip through their fingers. This is Michael Jensen in the repaired number 3 CD sports car after Nick Hancock's incident at Le Bousset earlier on. And those are wets coming off and slicks going on. So Michael Jensen, one of many drivers making the switch back onto the slick tyres now. It does seem to be the preferred option. And in fact, one of the fastest cars out there on track is Pedro Perino, but the one that's upping even faster slightly at the moment is Robert Vissoyou in his first outing in an LMP3 car. His first race in 7 years. Snapping faster than race leader Pedro Perino at the moment, but of course this is the car, the driver specifically, because he's had various teammates throughout the year, but Pedro Perino specifically, the outside shot for the LMP3 Championship going into this race. A man who's been competing in European Le Mans Series with the Inter-Europol competition team this year, came here 20 points back from championship leaders Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos. If he takes the 25 points for the win, then it will only need to be 5 points. Well, it will have to be a minimum of 7th for the number 1 crew to hang on to the lead. Of course, you don't get 5 points, and they're both on. They would both be on 2 wins apiece, and so I'd have to check actually. Well, actually, on countback would be in favour of Pedro Perino because he's had a 2nd place, whereas Noss and Kolovos have not. But even so, they can't end up level on points. So if Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos fall outside of the top 7, then they are really in danger. And, well, I didn't think that was going to be likely, but they are currently 8th in LMP3. And there are a few cars now that have done their final mandatory pit stop, but we'll get a closer idea of it later in the race. Yeah, a little bit of pace from Team Virage, and they should be relatively safe, but it's going to be mighty close, I tell you. Pedro Perino circulating very well at the moment, the Mozambican Portuguese, and this is nice for him, I'm sure. I mean, he's traditionally done the final stint anyway, but with him going for the championship, it's nice for the championship to be in his hands from this point onwards. With 51 minutes remaining, still owes us one final mandatory pit stop. The car in his class that does not is Daniel Macier, although of course that car has been rather heavily delayed in other ways, so I wouldn't expect that to suddenly vault to the top of the field. But 88, Daniel Macier in a good position here. Who's gone off the road here? Looks like one of the ANS cars at turn number 5. I can just get their number on that. Well, it's certainly one of the ANS cars. Didn't quite get the number on that one, unfortunately, but Racing Spirit of Le Mans into pit lane. Pierre Caffer aboard that car. Still 2 pit stops. They also could be 1 after this, with 50 minutes left to run. But their gold-rated driver in the car at the moment. They are currently 3rd in LMP3, but as I say, with a couple of pit stops yet to serve. So 50 minutes to go. Let's give you a rundown of the order. Pedro Perino leads by 23.7 seconds to the NPO2 leader in the 154 Kogamo car. Johan Rossell, the former rally driver, currently leads that category. Then comes Pierre-Alexandre Provost in the number 27 MV2S Racing crew, and then Aiko Sigret for the number 71 ANS Motorsports crew. But remember, that car does have a pit stop under investigation, which is likely to go into a penalty, and so that would then promote potentially Matthias Besch, although timing screen at the moment is still saying it hasn't served any of the mandatory stops. So that's one to keep an eye out for. I'm sure that's a glitch on the timing and scoring at the moment. But second in LMP3 is Robert Vissoyu for TS Core, so he'll be in the car for the remainder of the race. And then third in LMP3 is now Daniel Macier in the 88 Team Virage car. That is hoping for the championship. One of the better placed cars in terms of not having any pit stops left to serve. Cars with no mandatory pit stop left. Oh, hello. I'll come back to that in a second, because that was the T2 car, the 68. Smoking quite a bit going into the final corner. So Felix Neuhofer there, not treating his Michelins incredibly well. But best placed cars with no more mandatory pit stops are Gaël Julien in the championship leading number 9 Graf car, George King in the sister number 39 car, Daniel Macier in the 88 Team Virage cars. They're going to be ones to look out for later on in the race. Into Europole competition, winners in Magny-Cours, and leading right now, Claire Cottingham is down in their garage.
Again now, I'm half unsure if my cameraman is happy with what's going on. He's happy. Dane, I don't want to say congratulations, but this is a very impressive performance right now, especially as well with Pedro at the wheel at the moment.
Yeah, again, because of the penalties, it was going to look, it was not looking too great like last time, but we're doing a great strategy again. So yeah, for now it's looking good. We did the pit stop effectively. We lost a lot of time during the safety car. We had a gap with like almost 1 minute, I think, with the number 1 car. When I was in the car, we had the safety car, so we lost all the advantage. But we still should finish CP1.
Talk to me, when the rain came down, did you stay on slicks or did you go onto wet tyres? Because we couldn't see.
No, I stayed out on slicks. There were yellow flags in T1, and I saw rain on my window, and I was like, oh fuck it, okay, it should be okay for the following coming lap. The car in front went off immediately, and I was like, oh fuck, maybe I go off now as well. The car behind went off as well. No, but I was very careful. The lap times dropped as well, but I managed to keep it on track almost all the time. Went off in T3 or just once, and for the rest it was just surviving. and just looking if it would get worse or stay the same.
Apologies for some of that fruity language. You know better to swear on live TV. So you stayed out on those slick tyres. That must have been very hard because we saw a lot of other drivers come in with to get their wet tyres.
Yeah, the first few laps were hard. No, but I was just careful, and after a few laps the tires got the heat again and the cars went over with the wet tires, of course, so the track dried up a bit again. So the first few laps were hard, and after the first few laps it was getting better.
Very impressive, very impressive. And also saved yourself a lot of time from tyre changes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just stay out until it gets really, really bad and then change to wets and then go out again and full push.
Are you confident there's no more rain coming?
I'm not sure. You're never sure, but the rain could still come. But if I look outside right now, I don't think it's going to rain again.
Obviously, Team Virage have had a struggle out there. Car number 1 obviously had the crash. Car number 88 picked up a puncture from a spin. It's putting your teammate, Pedro, in a very good position. Obviously, unfortunately, you weren't here for the whole season, but your teammate has been.
Yeah, it's looking good for him. He needs to finish, I think, about 8 positions in front of the number 1 car, and then you will become champion of the drivers. So yeah, I'm happy for him if that's the case, but we'll see.
Okay, we'll see. I like this. You're keeping your cards close to your chest. Are you feeling any nerves?
No, not anymore.
Why do I ask drivers this? They always say, no, I'm not feeling nervous, I'm chilled.
No, at first I was a bit nervous because I was sick all week and I haven't slept for 3 days, maybe you could tell. But no, now I'm relaxed. I trust my teammate and it's looking good right now.
Standing a bit too close to you, actually, for the fact you've been ill. I've been ill too. We've all been ill. It's winter. Hey, look, go well for the rest of the race, all right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it's a good job Dan Harrison isn't in the Formula 1 paddock. He'd have racked up about £1 million worth of fines there. But yes, it is looking very good for Inter-Europol competition as it stands. But, maybe not quite enough. Well, we'll get the abacus out later because Pedro Perino might still be within a shout of that LMP3 championship, depending on where the number 1 car finishes. It's still not in a fantastic position. Where's it at the moment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. That is barely the position it needs to win the championship if Perino wins, but squeaky bum time for Team Virage. Because we'll have to do the math on Daniel Mata as well, but don't think that's quite enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's not enough. The gap would be reduced to 5 points, but still in the number 1's favour. So just under 44 minutes left on the clock. And Pierre-Alexandre Provost, there you see putting a lap on one of the CD Sport cars, it looked like. Provost now in the lead in NPO2. Taking that away from Johan Roussel. So MV2S potentially, well, could be on course here for a first victory of the season, but of course Mathis Poulet, no stops left to serve in the 72 car, so we will look to see in the final 15 minutes how that pans out. Nicolas Morlini has just come back out onto the racetrack in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Nova. Dropping down a few positions, but that should be its last stop, I think. Yes, it was. So battling Gao Julian and George King for overall position, as well as Thompson Borg and Quentin Antonell. Emerges, but Gao Julian in a good position. 2 Graf cars in a really good position here with the number 9 and the 39 car, the additional car that they've got for this weekend. weekend. Alexandre Provost here, number 27, the Luxembourg driver in his first year of prototype racing, in a very strong position here. The MV2S crew has not had wins so far this year. Wins largely been shared between the Graf Racing teammates, starting out with Luis San Juan and Eric Trulé. David Drew was aboard the car back then at the number 9 car, Paul Ricard, for the season opener. James Winslow and John Corbett, 2 wins to their name in the red flagged Mugello race and in the Portimao 6 hour as well. Jonathan Thomas and Thomas Imborg taking victory in Hockenheim. And then, of course, last time out was the number 4 CD Sport car, Christophe Carrière, Maxence and Louis Maurice. So CD Sport and Graf Racing sharing the wins. CD Sport finishing second in the Teams Championship this year. Thanks to that, not quite able to usurp the job that Graf has done throughout the year. It's a sort of similar story in LMP3 as well, with Team Virage taking the majority of the wins. So championship leaders Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos, and Sasha Lehmann was on board the car for both wins as well in the 6 hours of Portimao and in Hockenheim as well. The second arguably much more impressive from the back of the grid after the car wouldn't start in qualifying, and then a mammoth effort to get that car ready. The sister 88 car started off the season with victory in Paul Ricard as well, but we haven't seen a Team Virage victory since the halfway mark in the championship, with, of course, Inter-Europol competition winning last time out with Pedro Perino, Dane Arizona Brome and Fav. Then it was RLR M Sport, the wildcard entry in Mugello, so it was James Dayson, Chris Short and Wyatt Brickachek in the red flagged Mugello race. Racing Spirit of Le Mans back into pit lane, and it looks like one final driver change for the number 64 crew. So it looks like Pierre Caffer getting out. I wonder if Michael Doppelmayr still has some bronze driving time left to serve. Looks a little like Michael getting in the car, but not 1,000% sure. That don't quote me. Into pit lane has come the MPO2 race leader as well, Pierre-Alexandre Provost. He's absolutely flying out there in second position overall, the lead in MPO2, but the MV2S racing driver making his final pit stop of the day. CD Sports car there in the middle of a pack of cars. So Thomas Imborg currently driving that car, the Parisian, the 22-year-old, in his first year of car racing after graduating from karting. But that number 5 car just hasn't made the same sort of impact that it did in Magny-Cours. In many ways, the Inter-Europol Ligier is doing what CD Sport did last time out, where we just keep seeing it up at the front of the field, regardless of pit stop penalties or safety cars or anything like that. I will say they are well placed though. This is the number 5 crew, with regards to the number of mandatory pit stops remaining. Although as the race gets further and further and more cars are added to that list, the less I'm seeing that number 5 car rise up the order as a result of that. There's a little squeal of tyres there. So it's the Reiter engineering car that he's trying to put a lap on is Thomas Imborg. Who is at the head of that queue as well? I'm trying to work out if any of this is indeed for position. I don't believe it is. Yeah, because he's 23 seconds behind Nicolas Molini at the moment, but nonetheless it clears the traffic in front of him. So MV2S still in that battle. There as well. ANS at number 73 directly behind him. That's Mathis Jalbert, the Porsche Cup France racer. Porsche Carrera Cup France and Carrera Cup Asia as well this year. Making his prototype debut in 73, just popping out the slipstream there. At the back of that queue. I think it's 2 ANS cars in the meet in that sandwich. "35 minutes to go in the 2024 season. Some flashing lights in the back of the number 4 CD Sport car. Of course, we saw Jonathan Thomas and Thomas Imborg being shown the black and orange mechanical warning flag for their lights not working in the number 5 car. Of course, that did rather hinder their progress. Oh, car 88, team manager is to report to race control. What more can be thrown at Team Virage in this race? Well, not sure what that is. What I tell you as well. Car 71 and car 20 have been asked to report to race control as well in the last 15 minutes or so. So not sure if this is all for related things, but yeah, it could be more trouble for 88. Hopefully not. The number 9, Graf Racing Nova. Gael Julien now at the European Le Mans Series LMP3 champion alongside Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen. He is now carrying the flag for Louis San Juan and Eric Troulet's MPO2 championship, and it could not be in safer hands really. His first race in a Nova, but has already proven himself very adept to prototype competition in the last 2 years in the European Le Mans Series in LMP3. First of all with RLR, or both seasons with RLR M Sport, I should say. The 18-year-old Indonesian-born, but French licensed driver who has been absolutely phenomenal in LMP3 this year, and standing in for David Drew in that number 9 car as he's on cool racing duties this weekend. And now for the 2 drivers who are set to win the MPO2 championship, now they just need to sit back and wait for Julien to bring that car home. Not to cast doubt on it or anything, but that front seemed to wobble quite a bit when Julien put that car into Le Bousset. And I don't mean the front end, I mean literally the front bodywork seems to be all over the place. Maybe it's just a trick of the light. But that car going very well at the moment, and again a very well placed car in terms of the number of pit stops remaining. Fastest lap of the race has just been done by Adrien Closmenil in the Cool Racing Ligier in 17th position overall, and 5th in LMP3. So the track is definitely yielding a good amount of grip because we're now into the 158s. Looks to be the final pit stop here for Ico Segret, but still one pit stop under investigation. I imagine we'll get news about that in about 16 minutes or so. Last stop here for the 71, being driven by the young Frenchman. Very early days in his racing career. Done a part-time campaign in Ultimate Cup last year in the CN category before making the switch over to the MPO2 campaign or car mid-season, winning on debut in Magny-Cours, competing in the Ligier European Series this year, as well as with us in the Prototype Cup. So Ico Segret back out onto the racetrack. Was leading in MPO2, coming in later than Pierre-Alexandre Provost. It's still saying Provost owes us one more pit stop. So actually the best placed car in MPO2 is still the 154 Kokomo car. Well, actually, no, Mathis Poulet suddenly has emerged as a contender in the 72 car. So, yeah, that has really flown up the order. That was started by Erwin Creed and Paul Trajani. We've barely mentioned that car. But of course, Mathis Poulet, former Ultimate Cup LMP3 champion with Team Virage. 21-year-old Frenchman currently driving that car, a silver-graded driver. But he is about to take the lead in MPO2, and he's got no more stops left to serve, so it's just going to be a question of can that car make it, and it is currently doing its best sectors of the race, so A&S Motorsport might now be the ones on course for a maiden win of the season. Oh hello, that was a spin by the sounds of it at turn number 5. Hear the engine being revved up there as well, trying to get it pointing in the right direction again. So it is now confirmed on the timing order that Mathis Poulet now leads in MPO2. I suppose the only question will be, can he take the overall lead? I'm somewhat doubtful with the speed that Pedro Perino has had all race long, and the gap between them seems quite sizable. But we will get confirmation because there's only 12.5 minutes left for Pedro Perino and the likes of Mathis Jalbert. Well, actually, he's doing his final stop now, but there's not much time left for them to do those final stops. Robert Visso-Yu has just been into pit lane and back out again from second in LMP3. So the question is going to be, will he come out ahead or behind of Daniel Macier, who I think was doing about an hour and 10 minutes for his last stint. Of course, going back onto the slick tyres won't necessarily have helped his performance. Oh, did he come back in for the slicks and get a refuel then as well? Okay, maybe that stint hasn't quite been as long as we thought. and Daniel Macier does take second position in LMP3. Pedro Perino in now for his final stop, as is Mathis Poulet. So Mathis Poulet, he doesn't have to serve a final stop, but he's coming in anyway. So maybe Johan Russell is in the best position here, but maybe he has to make another stop in these final few minutes as well. Well, we'll get answers shortly. So race leader into pit lane, another fastest lap of the race, meanwhile being done by Adrien Closmanil from Cool Racing and the number 87 Ligier, 1:58.273. Relief for Team Virage, an incident at turn 10 involving car 88 and 71. So the ANS car, it must have been the ANS car that Raphael Narak had contact with, that saw him spear off the road at Scene Corner and puncture the tyre. So the number 71 car was the guilty party in that one, but the stewards have decided no further action on that one. So at the very least, car 88 isn't getting a penalty for that incident and is due now to finish second in LMP3, provided it can make the finish for these final 25 minutes, as Pedro Perino is coming out of pit lane. It was in the refueling area and heading back out onto the racetrack. So we're about to get our final order pretty soon. And I can tell you crucially as well, the number one car, that is, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th position still for Sasha Lehmann. That is bare knuckle stuff. That is the absolute bare minimum that they need to keep this alive for Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos. Of course, Sasha Lehmann technically not in the championship fight because he didn't do the Paul Ricard opener, but he's now flying the flag for the number one car's championship hopes in the drivers' standings. And so both of our potential champions are about to be crowned in about 24 minutes' time. Are sat in the garage and waiting for their teammates to bring the car home in what they pray will be a good enough position to win the championship. So Adrien Closmanil continues to lower the benchmark for the fastest lap time. He's the fastest man out there on track and has been for some time. 58.203 now for the 17-year-old Frenchman. So Perino heading back into pit lane to do the second part of his stop, which is to do the last tyre change by the looks of it. Here he is. So he's done the refueling, staying on board that car for the final 23 minutes, final dash to the line where he hopes and prays that he can maybe just sneak the LMP3 Drivers' Championship away. If anything were down to Sasha Lehmann in these final few minutes of the race, then Perino could be in the pound seat. Clean of the screen. With CD Sports, see how much they've come up the order. Not quite as much as I would have thought, to be honest, because these this last stop for Pedro Perino should be the last one, although Pierre-Alexandre Prost still says he owes us one as well. And of course, Ico Segret, we expect to get some sort of penalty in the number 71 ANS Motorsport car, as he's still got the asterisk of Doom next to his name. So we should pretty soon get an idea of where we stand and getting the necessary maths done to see where we're going to end up. So 20 minutes left on the clock. Pedro Perino heading back out onto the racetrack now after his final stop. So I'm confused about this Pierre-Alexandre Prost car that leads in MPO2 that still has a pit stop to serve. Of course, they've only got 5.5 minutes left to do that. Seems a little bit off for MV2S to have done that, but well, Prost now takes the overall lead of the race, in fact, away from Pedro Perino. There he is. So Pierre-Alexandre Prost leads, but with a pit stop left to serve. And Johan Roussel, in fact, moves into second place. So Johan Roussel could end up with the overall win here for Kogumo. Certainly is the best placed car in MPO2 now, once Prost comes into pit lane. So suddenly we've had how many different potential first-time winners for the season. Prost will have to come into pit lane again. Kogumo are in with a shout, but Gaël Julien is currently lapping 2 and a bit seconds faster than Johan Roussel and is 22 seconds back from the Swiss racer. And so all is not decided just yet in these final 20 minutes or so. This has just been a cracking race. This has through and through. Pedro Perino should hang on to the lead in LMP3, but everyone at the moment is kind of doing what they need to do to hang on to the championship. Sasha Lehmann has been promoted to 5th position in LMP3 now, so that helps secure things a little bit more for them. But we'll just wait for Prost and, well, yeah, I'll just wait for Prost to do his final stop. It's actually still saying 1 left for Perino, but maybe that'll clear once the outlap has been completed. Nope. That's very interesting. So, well, Pedro Perino has lost the lead in LMP3 for starters. Daniel Macier is now in the lead for Team Virage in the 88 car. So suddenly that's quite a bit of a change, and I'm not sure why, but Pedro Perino is still showing he has a mandatory pit stop left to serve. Yellow flags are out in turn 1 meanwhile. Why is that the case? We have a car stopped on the inside at turn 1, and I cannot for the life of me make out what car that is. Oh no! It's the number 39 car, George King. George King, the additional car from Graf Racing. That was, I think, a net 3rd in MPO2. But George King has ground to a halt with 18 minutes left to run at turn number 1. And that is an absolute disaster for them. Louis Rossi had done such a sterling job on his return to the championship. And Remy Duqueine alongside George King as well. They were absolutely flying and very much on course for a podium in MPO2. So that has, put the cat amongst the pigeons really for them. And a shame for their season to end at the side of the roads with just a few short minutes left in the race. But that will promote Ico Segret, but he does have a penalty incoming, we think. And I'm bemused why Pedro Perino's mandatory lap count still says 1. Indeed, the same for Prost as well, because there's 2 minutes left and there's no sign of them coming in. And of course, we have championships on the line here. in LMP3, this could be absolutely crucial. But into the pits has come Prost. So a minute and a half left on the clock, and Pierre-Alexandre Prost is now doing his final stop. So Johan Roussel should take the lead of the race. The only job left now for the former rally driver is to try and keep Gilles Julien at bay. But last time around, he was 3.4 seconds quicker. This could really come down to the wire here, with 16 minutes left on the clock. Of course, for the championship, really makes no odds, but for the win, the final win of the season, this is very much game on. So we'll wait to see where Prost comes out. But I'm really not sure about Pedro Perino there, because it said one stop remaining when he made that last stop, and it still says one stop remaining, even though he's done it. So, yeah, well, there's some shenanigans here, I'm sure. But one thing's for, unless that car wins, then they will not take the championship. They are only, it must be said, 13 seconds or so behind the LMP3 race leader, though. So if that does update itself, and he is lapping a little bit quicker at the moment, although Daniel Macy's just done his best lap of the race at 2 minutes 0.1, so that should arrest the issue. Pierre-Alexandre Prost back out onto the racetrack, but problems for the sister car, the number 28, as it is moving very slowly indeed. Tim Meriot, who led in the earlier stages of the race, moving very slowly down the Mistral, and so problems for the sister number 28 car. That was, where was it in the order? Wasn't particularly high. It was 18th, so not much to chat about, but a shame for them. And so Johan Roussel does move into the lead of the race then, now with 14 minutes left on the clock. Gilles Julien will move into second position. Well, we'll wait to see what the gap is for Julian's got 17.2 seconds now. But last time around, Johan Roussel did his best lap of the race. That was a tenth of a second quicker, so the gap stabilised a little bit there. But let's now do, a quick bit of of course, with Louis San Juan and Eric Trulé. They will be champions as it stands, finishing in. Even if they finish in second, I mean, really, they don't need an awful lot at all with the demise of the sister number 7 car. So currently, Pedro Perino is in second position, gaining 18 points. That is not going to be enough for him. Daniel Macier and Rafael Narak getting 25 points. So that would put them on 101, if my math is correct. Currently on 79 plus 25, oh, sorry, 104. I'm a fool. It's a good job I double checked with the calculator. So 79 and 25, yeah, but 104. Whereas Axonos and Georgios Kolovos are currently 1, 2, 3, 4th in there, which would give them 12, which is only 102. So unless Sasha Lehmann can close in, and it's 28 seconds or so to Robert Vissoyu in third position in category. So, but Macier's come in. Macier's come into pit lane. Oh my goodness, no sooner had I done the math. So, according to into Europol, they're convinced they've done all their mandatory stops, and that this, what we're seeing here on the timing screen, is a mistake. So that's going to be an interesting one to discuss. We haven't seen any sort of penalty pop up just yet. this could be one that gets decided in the stewards' room. But now we need to see where Daniel Masier. Well, hang on a minute. Daniel Masier's come in to the pit lane. Pit lane is shut. Well, no, okay. Technically, it's not shut. It just says that the mandatory stops cannot be served within the final 15 minutes or so. But a splash and dash required for Daniel Masier to get to the end of the race. These final 12 minutes or so. Where is Masier going to come out in relation to that? I mean, the win was really needed. If he drops to second, then that is championship most definitely over, and it will go to the number one crew, I'm sure of it. Car in pit lane there, the 28, the MV2S Racing car. We saw that one going slowly, the Tim Merriot machine, number 28. So that car in pit lane. And Pedro Perino has retaken the lead in LMP3, so the championship is lost for the 88 crew. Oh, big moment here for one of the Novas at Le Bousset. That's been a real action spot, and that looked like the number 70 ANS Motorsports car. And Ico Segret, and it's been updated as well, so Pedro Perino has got no stops left. Poor Tim Merriot being pushed into the back of the garage, and it is a 1 second drive-through penalty for the 71 crew. They will lose the MPO2 podium. Also for car number 20, Adrien Bastide, that was down in 16th position. But of ANS Motorsport losing the podium, that will promote Nicolas Molini and Jacques Wolf for back-to-back podium finishes in MPO2. Yeah, only the second time they'll have been on the podium this year, which is quite a remarkable... oh, sorry, that's the overall. Excuse me. Will be their fourth podium of the season in NP02. Right, let's get the math book back out again. So Pedro Perino now scoring 25 points, which puts him on 95. Daniel Masier, oh my goodness me. Now, sorry, this is a heck of a penalty that's come in for CMR. 117 second stop and go penalty for a mandatory pit stop infringement. That is quite severe. Yellow flags out in turn one once again. I'm not sure my heart can take much more of this. I'm almost thankful that there's only 9 minutes left to go in the season, but at the same time, this has been one heck of a season. Ico Segret comes into pit lane to serve his penalty. That's a car in the barriers by the looks of it at turn 2. And yeah, one of the Novas has rear-ended the wall. And I hate to say it, but it looks like one of the CD Sport Car, the number 3, I think it is. And so that car really has been through the wars. And Michael Jensen is the driver this time who has done some damage to that car. He is going to get it going again just about, but he'll be limping across the road. So let's go back to trying to work out this. So Masier and the 88 group will still finish in second. Which will put them on 97. But Kolovos and Nos finishing second, third, fourth with 12 points will be champions by 5 points as it stands. And the rear wing damage there for Michael Jensen, dragging that rear wing along the road. So there was a note that car 3 stopped and rejoined at turn number 2. So, just a reminder, 7 minutes left to go. Johan Roussel currently leads the way for the 154 Kokomo Racing team. His advantage 13.0 seconds with Gaël Julien in the number 9 Graf Racing car. that is eating away at it at about 2 seconds per lap. Might not be enough for Gaël Julien to close in on the win, but regardless, for his teammates in the number 9 car, Luis San Juan and Eric Trulé, it will be the championship for them in MP02. And then completing the podium will be Nicolas Molini and Jacques Wolf for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. The lead in LMP3 and third overall, Pedro Perino for Inter-Europol competition, is due to make it back-to-back victories for the Polish outfit, but it will not be enough for them to secure the championship as it stands, with the 88 crew of from Team Virage of Daniel Maciot, Jacek Zielonka and Rafael Narak. Second, ahead of Robert Visoyu, Francesco Simonazzi and Nathan Kumar for TS Course completing the podium. But fourth position, the number 1 Team Virage crew, Sasha Lehmann, will help secure the championship for Georgios Kolovos and Axel Noss, as Michael Jensen made his way back into pit lane to get the damage on his CD Sport board. The number 3 CD Sport crew have been through the ringer today, that's for sure. Already repairing that car after Nick Adcock, sorry. Huge smash against Christian Gissy's Ligier very early in the race at Le Bousset. Last time around it was 2.3 seconds that Gaël Julien took out of race leader Johan Roussel, so the gap down to 10.7 seconds, but surely now we only have maybe 3 laps remaining in this race, and that looks like day done for CD Sport. Probably not enough time to get that car repaired anyway, so Michael Jensen climbing out of the car. What a shame for them. It was nice to see them get back out into the race after the initial smash, but all for naught, sadly. So, just looking for the results of the 154. So this will be a maiden win, I believe, for all 3 drivers. Jesse Bouhet, he was second at Hockenheim, for Marlon Hernandez and for Johan Roussel. So Marlon Hernandez making his debut in the championship. Johan Roussel, former rally driver, of course. I say former, very current Monte Carlo rally winner this year in WRC2. Sebastian Morales' outfit is on course for victory, but they are going to be watching Gaël Julien's lap times like a hawk. Just looking at as well, potential drama for Team Virage. Adrian Klosmanil in the Cool Racing car is only 4.3 seconds back from Sasha Lehmann. Last time around, 2.5 seconds quicker than the Frenchman in front of him. But what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4th and 5th being disputed in LMP3. Even with the demotion to 5th position, that will be enough for the number 1 crew to claim the Drivers' Championship. So that's not a huge drama there. Of course, I just want to make sure that it's done as clean as humanly possible and while losing as little time as possible. But nervy stuff in these final 3 minutes of this enthralling 2024 European Endurance Prototype Cup season that has kept us on the edge of our seats. And not just this finale, throughout the entire year we have had some real crazy drama and a lot of wet races as well, not least here in Paul Ricard, 2 of them. But one thinks back to Mugello as well, the 2-hour red flag, Mandy Core as well, racing at night where we could barely see anything. The heat of Hockenheim as well. And enjoy the final 2 minutes of combined Nova and LMP3 competition. They will be split into 2 different championships for next year, with the European Endurance Prototype Cup becoming exclusively for Nova MPO2 machinery, a new championship for LMP3 cars. This generation of LMP3, the second generation cars, not the new ones that are being introduced this year and next year. That will be able to continue to race. They will have a home here in the Ultimate Cup. And so into Europole competition, we'll have the honours of the final LMP3 win in this championship. So here is our race leader, and where is Julien? I think that was him just flashing through the picture there. Gap down to 6.5 seconds on that last lap. It's 3.2 that Julien took out of Johan Roussel last time around. This is going to be really nervy, edgy stuff for these final few laps. Where are they on the racetrack? He might squeeze one more lap out of this race. Thought we were following our race leader there, but yeah, Julien is lapping faster than anyone else out there on the racetrack at the moment in the 2 minutes flats. So there is Julien in the Graf Racing car. And yeah, Johan Roussel did get across the line to start another lap. 5.3 seconds is the lead gap for Johan Roussel as he starts the final lap of the race, and Julien is closing in on him hand over fist. It was only 1.1 seconds though. That's the Indonesian took out of Johan Roussel last time around. And so for this final 5.8 kilometre tour, the pressure is on for Johan Roussel. So as long as he keeps it neat and tidy for these final few corners, he should be able to bring home the victory, a first of the season for Kogumo and for the trio. So far on this lap, Julien hasn't been able to make the same inroads. In fact, Johan was actually slightly faster through the first sector, and so Johan Roussel is looking very secure here. Here he is in that 154 car, the brake discs glowing red through Le Bousset, but this has been an absolutely sterling drive, and they will end the 2024 European Endurance Prototype Cup season with a remarkable victory, their first of the season for the Sebastian Morales run outfit, with just a couple of seconds, I'm sure it will be, in the end over Julien. Johan Roussel has soaked up an incredible amount of pressure. So Johan Roussel exits Virage du Pont and meets the checkered flag to take victory in the final European Endurance Prototype Cup race of 2024. A remarkable day for Kogumo Racing, for Jesse Bouhet, Marlon Hernandez and Johan Roussel, but with second position, Julien comes across the line and crowns Luis San Juan and Eric Trulé MPO2 Drivers Champions of 2024. 3.4 seconds in the end was Johan Roussel's advantage, but Perino, Julien bringing home the team's champion, the Drivers' Championship for Graf Racing. Luis San Juan and Eric Trulé, Drivers' Champions in 2024. Pedro Perino will be the next car across the line, some 30 seconds or so back, I think, well, more than that even, about half a lap. But here is Pedro Perino, and it is going to be back-to-back victories for Inter Europol and for the combination of Pedro Perino, Dane Aronson and Romain Favre. Pedro Perino won't quite bring home the Drivers' Championship. It was an outside shot, but they did everything they could to keep the championship alive. But he will have the honour of the final LMP3 race victory in the European Endurance Prototype Cup as the Inter-Europol competition car meets the checkered flag. Now it is back-to-back victories in the European Endurance Prototype Cup for Inter-Europol competition. Pedro Perino, Dane Aronson and Romain Fav, the final winners in LMP3 in the championship as it moves on to a new format for 2024, and Sasha Lehmann crosses the line to make the #1 Team Virage entry of Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos, the Drivers' Champions in LMP3 for 2024. They have the honours of the final LMP3 championship in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos, victors in the Drivers' Championship. Well, what a 4 hours that was indeed. So going through the podium, Johan Russell, the winner overall, with Marlon Hernandez and Jesse Bouhay for the 154 Kokomo team. They beat by just 3.4 seconds in the end Gael Julian, Luis San Juan and Eric Troulet to second position for the Graf Racing team, completing the MPO2 podium. Pierre-Alexandre Provost and Christophe Cresp for MV2S Racing, despite that late pit stop there. And it is Luis San Juan and Eric Troulet who take home the MPO2 Drivers' Championship of 2024. So Nicolas Molini lost the podium right there at the end. Didn't quite see what happened because he was running third in class, but MV2S take it right at the end. And then in LMP3, the final victory in the championship goes to Inter-Europol competition. Back-to-back victories for Pedro Perino, Dane Aronson and Romain Fav. Second across the line was the 88 crew of Daniel Macier, Rafael Narek and Jacek Zilonka from Team Virage. They gave it their best go in the championship, but they just come up shy by a couple of points in the end. And Robert Visoyu, a podium finish on his return to racing action alongside Francesco Simonazzi and Nathan Kumar for TS Corsa in their Duqueine. Adrian Klosmanil was fourth for Cool Racing in the number 87 car alongside David Drew and Joseph Quentin, but fifth position for Sasha Lehmann is enough for Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos to take the Drivers' Championship in LMP3. They are the final Drivers' Champions in the European Endurance Prototype Cup for LMP3. Despite all sorts of drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin and causing a collision, the damage that Axel Noss had on the car as well. Incredible stuff, but this is going to be a big day for Kokomo Racing. Of course, Pedro Perino pulling up alongside him there as well. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from the championship winners as well. Although we might have to be a little selective with the language. And I don't mean in a sweary sense, I mean just they might not be able to give us an interview in English, but I'm sure we'll do our best to hear from the race winners and from the champions as well. As you can see, Johan Russell very happy with the job done there. The 154 crew, Marlon Hernandez also there celebrating with Jesse Bouhay. And I can see Alexandre is down there to give the interviews in French. So hopefully we'll be able to hear from a few contenders because, well, we've got nothing else to do for today. 5 to 10 local time now. Nothing left to do but celebrate the wins, and that's exactly what Kokomo is doing. Almost like, oh, I don't know how I did that, from Johan Russell. But for now, before we head down to Alexandre, let me just thank everybody for watching along this 2024 European Endurance Prototype Cup season. Thanks to Claire Cottingham and Alexandre Herbin for joining us down in pit lane. And from myself, Chris Stevens, and Claire Cottingham, we've very much enjoyed having you with us. Let's head down to pit lane.
un bon départ, un relais aussi dans le milieu de course qui était bon et au final cette victoire, elle est magnifique pour finir la saison.
Oui, en fait, les ingénieurs ont super bien travaillé. Au moment où il a commencé à pleuvoir, ils se sont posés beaucoup de questions sur le changement de pneus. On a beaucoup travaillé avec la radio, bien jugé la piste à différents endroits. Et je pense que c'est ce qui a payé et la régularité.
Marlon, je vous connais bien, je sais par quoi vous êtes passé. C'est votre première course en proto ce week-end. Première course, première victoire. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut rêver de mieux?
Ah, c'est génial, c'est stressant, hein. Les courses avec les coéquipiers, j'ai pas l'habitude. Mais franchement, on a tous fait un super job. Jesse, dans les conditions super difficiles, en slick sous la pluie et tout, il a vraiment géré. Yo à la fin, génial, course parfaite.
On va essayer d'avoir un petit mot avec Johan. Johan, juste un petit mot. Quelle fin de relais stressante. Gaël Julien qui revenait derrière vous, vous avez fait le job pour offrir cette magnifique victoire, votre première en prototype.
Je pense que c'est surtout la victoire d'une équipe parce que on ne s'imagine pas le travail qu'il y a derrière. Moi, j'avais beaucoup plus de pression que quand je suis en WRC parce que c'est tellement comme une famille et j'avais vraiment envie de leur amener cette victoire. J'avais plus du tout de pneus à l'arrière, je subissais complètement. J'ai eu beaucoup de mal dans le trafic au début. Ils ont su me faire piter au bon moment et en tout cas, moi, je me régale ici et je pense que c'est surtout avant tout la victoire d'une équipe et d'un équipage ce soir.
Bravo, messieurs.
Kojemo.
Et on va essayer d'avoir une réaction des champions, la numéro 9 du Graph Racing. On va essayer d'aller voir les pilotes Eric Trouillet, Louis Sandroine. Il faut qu'on les trouve parce qu'il y a beaucoup de monde ce soir autour du podium. On a trouvé Louis Sandroine, on va aller le voir tout de suite. Louis, juste un petit mot, vous êtes le champion 2024 de l'Ultimate Cup European Series, qu'est-ce que ça fait?
On est heureux, merci. On a assuré ce qu'il fallait et là on peut être fier. Et un super travail de Eric et Gaël, magnifique.
Est-ce que vous nous les trouvez par ici? On aimerait avoir une petite réaction d'eux, on ne les a pas trouvés dans la foule. Est-ce que vous savez où ils sont?
Je pense qu'Eric il doit être pas très loin.
On va essayer d'avoir une petite réaction d'Eric Trouillet et puis de Gaël Julien qui vient à peine de descendre de sa voiture. Eric, un petit mot avec nous pour ce titre. Vous êtes le champion 2024 de l'Ultimate Cup European Series. C'est une joie immense d'avoir ce titre.
Ah oui, c'est clair, c'est une joie immense. Voilà. Puis en plus, on a pu partager ça avec Gaël pour la dernière, David qui nous a accompagnés et bien sûr Louis toute la saison. C'était vraiment une saison incroyable. Ça a été tendu jusqu'à la fin. On a même cru qu'on allait aller chercher la victoire. Il lui manquait pas grand-chose. C'était super.
Et on va aller voir Gaël. Gaël, premier week-end en NP02, première victoire pour votre équipe. Vous avez emmené Eric et Louise quelque part vers ce titre et ça a été une fin de course hyper chaude.
Ouais, premièrement, merci à toute l'équipe Graph Racing et puis notamment Eric et Louis pour leur confiance. C'était un peu en dernière minute pour moi de venir faire cette dernière course, mais je suis très content d'avoir accepté l'opportunité et d'avoir pu faire cette course. J'ai beaucoup appris cette semaine et voilà, j'ai pu encore une fois démontrer qu'il y a quelque chose derrière et qu'on va aller loin. Donc je suis content d'avoir partagé ce week-end avec ces gars et je suis content d'avoir pu aussi leur apporter un bon résultat.
Bravo messieurs pour votre accomplissement toute la saison. On va donner le micro à Claire qui va aller essayer d'avoir réaction des pilotes LMP3 avec notamment les vainqueurs chez Interpol. Claire, back to you.
Thank you so much. This is going to be slightly chaotic. Thank you so much, Alex. Let's first try and find our LMP3 winners. Overall, excuse me, I'm just popping through here. And Team Farage are here. Sasha Lehmann there, obviously, who is bringing the car home for Team Farage. I will find, as soon as I can, the wrong... Well done, guys. Congratulations, congratulations. I'm going to come back. I'm not... Sorry, I'm going to go over to Pedro. My apologies. Pedro, hello. Congratulations, LMP3 winner. You must be pleased with that one.
100%. I mean, we had a car left down. I'm not going to say names, but we had a car left down trying to push us out. Did an amazing job, and we won anyway, so I don't really care. So, yeah, pretty happy.
It seemed to have things thrown at you, so some sort of popcorn or something. I think some of your teammates celebrating with you. Looking around, can't see your other two teammates, so congratulations to there he is. I see Dane. Come on, Dane. And I can't see your... We're missing your final teammate, but where... Okay. Oh, there he is. Right. We grabbed everyone. Here we go. Our three winners in LMP3. Just talk to me, how are you feeling?
Incredible, to be honest. Amazing race. We managed to create a gap at the very beginning of the race, and we managed it, and then at the end it's a win again in LMP3 and a podium overall, so really happy about the job by the team, and really happy about everyone did today.
Exactly, podium overall. Dane, we spoke about 40 minutes before the end of the race, and you talked about how you stayed out on slick tyres, and that was so important, wasn't it? Sorry, just getting slightly knocked a little bit there. That was so important, wasn't it, to get this overall podium?
Yeah, but still we lost a lot of time during the safety car.
You can't keep saying that.
No, yeah, I can't get over it. We could have got P1, I think, but yeah, overall the podium P3, we're still very happy with it.
Absolutely, very happy with it. And you had so much, what was that, Pedro?
And he doesn't speak about the win.
No, he's just unhappy about the safety car. He spoke about this earlier. You must be happy with the win.
Yeah, of course we're happy with the win. Back-to-back wins in 2 out of 3 races I did with Ultimate Cup, so of course we're really happy.
And Pedro, you did just miss out obviously on the championship overall, but still something to take away from Ultimate Cup.
No, it's okay. I mean, I didn't do one round, so it's fine where we finished. I think I spent a lot of time in the car, which was the point, to learn more about endurance racing and see what we do next year.
Okay, right. Well, guys, congratulations. I'll let you go celebrate now. I'm off to go find the drivers' champions. Well done, guys. Let me see if I can just find, and I can see Sasha, so I'm going to bring Team Farage in. You guys are meant to look happy. Are we not looking happy? Axel, come on in. You must be happy, surely. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Very happy, yeah.
You don't seem as happy as you could do. Let's just talk through that race. It was a bit of a chaotic one, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit. It was very chaotic. It was a lot of things happened. First stint with the bronzes, both of our sister car collided with us, which put us in a very delicate position. And my bronze made a top stint and bring back the car right where it was at the start of the session before getting hit. I took the car and I was doing a very good stint until it started raining, and I got behind I slid away and I got behind the car and I hit it because it was very slow out of the corner and I misevaluated the distance. So this put us very, very behind because we had a broken front splitter and we had a drive-through penalty right after that we served, and then it was the sprint of my life. It started pouring and pouring even more, and I stayed on the dry tires, and then they pit me to put rain and to let Sasha in, and he did a top job. He did a very good stint. I'm very proud of him, very proud of all the boys, the mechanics, the staff, everybody, the engineers. Very top job, and I couldn't be more grateful, to be honest.
Just talk me through as well, because apparently Sasha just at the end of the race finished the race slightly wonky. Was that what happened? Just to throw everything at this race, there was also chaos at the end for Sasha.
Yeah, apparently something happened. I have no idea, to be honest. I was already so happy of the championship. I came to the wall with the team to celebrate, and I have no idea of what happened. So, very, very good effort for all the boys here.
It just shows, though, how impressive this team have been. Team champions and now team driver champions as well. I say team driver champions because it's you and your teammate, of course.
Yeah, it's not every day you win a championship by 3 points. What is it? 4 points? I don't know. It's not the day. It's a tough experience. I wouldn't do this every week, every one often, but This was my first time fighting properly for a championship since Formula 4. So it feels great to bring it back home, and very happy about what we achieved as a team all through the year, even with tough luck, even when everybody seemed to go not in our way, we still made it to the end, so very happy.
Absolutely, everything was thrown at you. I'm going to bring your team manager in just very briefly. Come on in. You must be so pleased with the team. And they put you through a lot today, didn't they, with stress? It wasn't obviously your team's fault, but there was a lot of stress out there for that entire race.
Yeah, it was a really stressful race. Well, at the end we are champions, so that's what matters. And the car H8 has done a great job as well today, and they finished on the podium, so it's a very good result for the team.
All season as well, Team Virage in Ultimate Cup have been so strong, and even in other categories as well with Team Virage.
Yeah, we can be happy about the season.
You can be happy. All right, I'll let you go celebrate because I know how much you love talking on camera, don't you?
Thanks.
We'll see you. Thank you so much, Pierre, the team manager, of course. And we were speaking to Acton Norse, who has won the Drivers' Championship alongside his teammate as well. Am I going to get run over? Yes, I am. My apologies to car 51. You first, Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Hang on, bear with me. I'm going to do my close anytime. There we go. Look, survived getting run over live on air as well. Bit chaotic down here, so I think it's time for the podium. But I just want to thank everybody for watching. Thank you so much for Chris Stevens in the commentary box, our French team as well, who have been bringing you French commentary all season. Everyone involved in Ultimate Cup, and of course you for watching, and all the drivers and teams getting involved here. Please make sure you join us for next season. The calendar is out, so we'll be following, of course, and we'll be watching to see exactly what these teams and drivers get up to. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next season.